Towards the end, he was just walking right into his line of fire.
Strikes midnight.
Lots of people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's a whole other hour just
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar.
Another day, another game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this amazing, day. And this time we are opening with the semi-finals onto the Gyan, onto the right star track, I believe. And this time the team are LOCTV Sports taking on Team Megumi. And guess what? From 1,224 teams, we are down to top 4. And the winner of this best 5 series will be reaching to the track finale, and we are just on to the final part of this tournament. It's about like just started yesterday, and we are almost there. And that's one special guest with me joining today onto the casting desk. This man has been revived specially for this best of 5 series. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honify Ray.
Thank you, Sasuke, for that introduction. The revived is pretty crazy. Like, that is what... Are you hitting me with a Rafaela passive? Yeah, that was not needed. But anyways, yeah, I respawn. Respawn is good enough. But yeah, I'm really excited. I also was kind of surprised. I basically saw the tournament just started, yesterday ago? And I noticed it's semifinals already, but I guess that's the theme of this tournament, right? Having 2 tracks going simultaneously. So I'm excited to see who really makes it to the finals. And today, of course, it's a best of 5 series, no breaks, and it's going to be Megumi and Elusivity. So I'm very familiar with Elusivity already, obviously, because they have been a team that has been playing since the past year in the professional scene in the esports tournament in India. But I'm a little unfamiliar with Megumi. Sasuke, can you give me a little bit of intro to them?
Yeah, of course. Team Megumi is the team which is newly formed, and the base for the core member is Kimi, and he's reformed his whole team with the players he likes to play, or it's just reformed his new team, and is going on this fantastic fabulous track. Like, you created a team and you are absolute dominating. You were in the top 4, and you also qualified into the top. You were there in top 8, and you also managed to qualify into the top 4. And if they win, they'll be there in the final for the track finale.
That is exciting, and I'm not surprised it's Kimi, because this man has, if not Kimi, then who else? This guy, each time around, of course, sometimes he makes up the squads, and then you'll see his teams are right now in semifinals, and that's what he has done again. And we're going to be seeing, of course, Megumi going against Elusivity on his best of 5 series, and which will obviously raise a lot of strategical questions, because of course a best of 1 series, you just bring your best strategy and you just try to win it, right? But in a best of 3 series, it doesn't work. And in a best of 5 series, it's even worse, because right now you can't be a one-trick pony and you can't have limited strategies. You need to either be prepared to clean sweep back-to-back 3 games, or if it doesn't, then you'll have to bring more strategies to win the later stages game. So let's see how good the strategies are going to be, as after all, this tournament does have 2 tracks, right? Ristar and Gyan. So curious to see how it will unfold into later phases, but right now we're going to be seeing the bans coming in.
That's true, but the first ban is going to be the Grok. Seems like Megumi doesn't want to go for it. They're planning to go for either Kalia, I guess, because that's there. Because if not the Grok, they will be probably going for a Kalia. If not Kalia, they might go for a counter pick. Like, hey, there's a lot of resources, not a lot of resources, but there is a potential lot of heroes which you can prioritize in the first pick. As usual, LOCTV, they need to prioritize a Zushin ban unless and until they want to go up for the gamble pick. Right there. Seems like in this first game they are not up for it. Megumi banning out a Lancelot. Lancelot, he is there in a general position who does the job, but banning out an assassin like him, it feels like Megumi, they are prioritizing a mid lane, they're prioritizing a long range mage or perhaps a Kimi into the mid, and having a Lancelot in the enemy jungle is a major potential threat.
Yeah, I like the point that you brought that out. It's not just trying to respect maybe Julius's jungle or trying to restrict it. It's also to most likely give a little bit more freedom to the mid lane, because of course, just like you mentioned, those heroes, especially like Kimi, they're especially weak to heroes that can come to the back end, and you don't want to get flanked like that. So I think that is obviously a good decision. On the other side, they will ban out the Yu Zhong. I definitely think this guy is still obviously strong into the meta, and I think he will remain for a while until there are subsequent nerfs coming in the future patches. But until then, of course, I don't think he's gonna be being opened to the opposing teams. But we might see it. It's a best of 5 series, so maybe the bans will change, and we might see Yu Zhong into the later second or third or even the fourth game. So let's see what the last 2 bans are going to be. Do you think any marksman bans are going to be, like you mentioned before, since we obviously had a little bit of talk before the game, any marksmen that might get prioritized?
Well, that is a possibility, but right now, the meta is more into the fighters, and like they are looking forward for the tanky heroes. Like we can see the Esmeralda is pan out. That's a great option. You need to pan out, and the potential pick onto the XP lane right now is looking forward for that Alice. If not, there is a Lapu Lapu if the team wants to go for that. Right now, the final ban coming in from Alice activity might go for a Claude if they want to prioritize it. Else, it could be a gamble, Claude against carry, or maybe a Freya onto the goal lane, and perhaps they could also ban out a Freya right there, and perhaps giving out, the Yi Sunshine towards the Megumi, and that's it is. Yi Sunshine been picked up for the Megumi. For the response, I think like, hey, there is quite a hero. Like you can go for a Kalia alongside a Farsha to lock down, but they'll be going with a Kimi into the mid lane. Quite a good pick, but that is a Kalia to counter out against a Yi Sunshine.
I think since you mentioned the Kimi, I think Elusivity also took note of it. They basically realized Megumi is most likely going to pick the Kimi for himself, so they just stole it from them, so a little bit less of a threat on their hands. On the same side, obviously the Kalia was right there, and they picked it up just like you mentioned. So far, really good 2 priority picks, combating, of course, the Yi Shin, but on the other side, they're going to be getting the global ultimate AOG on the Gatot Kacha. Of course, one of the signatures for Kimi as well, so I think they will most likely have comfort. It's mainly comfort, but of course they're going to be going it with the pick of course the Zetian, and it's a combination that I've been seeing since November 2025, basically to get the vision, to get as much as the macro on the map, just information mostly. But on the other side, they go with the Uranus. How is he faring right now in the meta?
It is good, but it's not that good. There could be a lot of possibilities, but with Esmeralda and Yu Zhong out, it's next. We can say it like it's next best thing, because if there is a Kalia, so the main role or the potential role of Uranus will be just to provide the vision, and if it dies, it doesn't. It's not a big resources or like killing out or using a plenty of resources or just to kill a Uranus. It's not a potential or a viable option. So it is a pair which go around with Kalia just to provide the vision where all the members are. But I like the counter draft coming in from Megumi, especially that Gatot Kacha alongside position. Now think about it. There is a Tsunami Slam coming in from Kalia. There is a counter engage from the Gatot Kacha, the AOG. And if you think about it, like, hey, just pull and get the Tsunami Slam to the Gatot Kacha. He always has the AOG to just jump back out of the Hamam's way. So it's a win-win situation overall, and also the 2 of the global ultimates, and they can always rely and re-engage with the ultimate of Zetian if and only if the ultimate of Gatot Kacha is used or it's not available in any situation.
Yeah, completely makes sense right there. And I think, Gatot Kacha in general, a lot of people do say like Kalia does have like kind of like a discount version of his ultimate on the second skill. And I do think one of the factors that still makes Gatot Kacha superior is the reason you mentioned. He can always retreat no matter how deep he is due to the massive range of his ultimate. But at the same time, that taunt, the unbreakable taunt, is a really, just like you mentioned, it is a really disgustingly well re-engage as well as disengage tool. You can always save your carries, and as well as the fact you can always just pin down someone much better at moments when they least expect it. But looks like Megumi is going to be going with the Guinevere. Is that a gold lane, EXP lane, or is that a jungle.
It's a Guinevere jungle, and it's a Yi Sunshine onto the goal lane,
Okay.
and there's Alice onto the XP lane. It's kind of a draft where you're supposed to believe like, hey, Yi Sunshine is the is the jungler, is the proactive, and boom, and into the second last pick, it's all up to it. Like, hey, it's the goal lane. You'll be going against some of the fighters, but for the final thing, like, hey, carry does make a sense, but it doesn't have that kind of a mobility. Like, only second skills, and there's plenty of crowd control coming in from Megumi. So a Claude is there, but Claude against a Yi Shin doesn't make a better pair.
And they go with the carry. Makes sense. Just like you mentioned, I also was considering the Claude, but then obviously you have to consider Gatotkacha, not just Gatotkacha, Guinevere as well, who can easily just cancel your Blazing Duet. So I think the carry was the safer option, but of course she will take time to scale. So that is something that Elusivity will have to make sure that she gets the really, really good space. But with it, the draft has been done. The finalized, of course, the picks, and looks like the side of Elusivity is really paying respect to the knockups, because look at that. That is 3 purifies right there, Sasuke.
Oh, that is brilliant thing coming in from Team Elusivity, but not just on carry. I mean, it does make sense that you're giving out the Purifier onto the carry, but I think like in this particular game, the Flicker would make more viable sense, because one bad position and it's all done and dusted. You always need to rely, or you always need to be behind the frontliners, which you have the Fredrin or maybe a Kalea mostly. But the drafts, both the teams is looking quite amazing. Something new from side of Team Megumi, and it's all there. The Ube combination, we which like to say, not the 100% Ube, but there is the what you call the utility jungler, and also 2 of the backline of killing alongside this Kimi and carry, so that one of the not just one, but it doesn't strain one of the heroes. So I'm really liking both the teams' draft, but it all comes down to the execution, how well they can execute it. One thing is for sure, that Zishin might be having an upper hand in terms of lane clearing and also mid lane power spike.
Absolutely right, Sasuke. And ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome, of course, to the RXG Cup. And we're going to be witnessing this best of 5 series between Megumi versus Elusivity Esports. And of course, this is a Broken Walls map. Let's see which team gets the first win. And of course, the first blood on their hands. Of course, myself, Ray, and I'm joined by the great analyst, Sasuke, on the desk. And Sasuke, take a look into the emblems. Nothing much, I would say, out of ordinary. And so much poking in the mid lane already.
So that's the power of Kimi. You need to have it, and also both the teams are trying to go for the aggressive play, given the fact that they have that kind of a draft. They have that kind of a ability. Like there's a Kalia, so you don't need to look out for like hey, my HP is low, I need to get back, but it's a stalemate lane onto the XP lane, coming back to the mid lane. Look at that. They are again conflicting over there for the mid lane control itself again.
Yeah, mid lane control, of course, one of the important factors, especially if you do want to have the control in the objective 5 later on. But so far, the poking game, it happened in the early game, but I think Zetian right now is slowly playing it safe and is able to just maintain her lead so far. Level 4 going to be getting into the hands of Julius as well as Megumi. And the turtle is still 20 seconds away. Will they go for any engages or just play it safe?
Now here comes the mystery or tragic part, because both the teams have the kind of a draft which they could go for the contest, but it all comes down to how they are going to execute it. Will Wise is joined, but also they do have the double global, reveal enemy position reveal kind of. So that would be a big turnover for Team Megumi to just go for that minute where, hey, this is the right time, this is where we will going in, or we can go in. That is the engage coming in from Alice.
Beautiful engage, and this Atian all popped in, and looks like the first blood is actually on the other side, not expected, but at the same time the team fight still going in. The damage coming in from the Guinevere, and Papi Shrek is actually the first one to be fallen victim to it alongside Kimi, who gets taken down as well. A trade was made on top, but the team fight is actually lost by Megumi, and looks like they're still going to be going with a few pokes, and they take the resources. Okay, Fredrin in a sticky position, but will get out of there.
even though they did manage to get the neutral objective into their hands, but they lost the preemptive, prolonged team fight. Right now, Elucidity Esports showing that, hey, even if you manage to steal it, we'll be there to try and punch you as hard as we can. And there's the Tsunami Slam getting one of the backliners. There goes Megumi itself. Guinevere down. It's not looking good for him. They are looking for more bloods onto the blades.
Yeah, and the damage is just really impressive from Senju right now. And with this, I think the side of Megumi will have to play it a little bit safe, especially Guinevere right there, because I think he was caught out of position. I mean, your purple buff is right there. You should not be engaging, at least for now, especially considering you did lose out two of his members in that previous team fight. So just try to scale up, just try to farm, and until then, they will have to wait. On the other side, though, they can really focus on the fact that Yi Shin just won the lane over the carry.
Right now, the clear rotation coming in from LOCVT Esports, and looking forward, like, hey, they need to prioritize onto the goal lane, and that's what they are doing. If not goal lane, we need to prioritize onto the mid lane. Look at that, Taunt coming in. There is the LS engage coming in, also along the ultimate, but they are looking for the disengage.
Engage coming in immediately. The knockup will take down Rudius, and the kill goes to Yi Shin. And with this, the Fredrin looks like gonna be the next one. Estasio gets the double kill. Might not be able to make it a triple because, of course, Kurikyu is here with full HP. But at the same time, considering the damage is there, but Kimi might fall into the victim. But the last second AOG mega kill secured for Estasio. But looks like he might be falling victim. But no, 1 HP clutch escape twice. The side of Team Megumi survive at 1 HP.
Oh my god. Just when we thought like, hey, this could be the game for Elucidity Esports because they get the early momentum. Megumi punching hard with the iron gloves onto themselves, taking 2 kills just before the neutral objective and also securing second neutral objective into their hands. Looking forward and energetic into the early game with the goal lead of 600. It's not that much, but hey, it's something. And also we can see the priority item has been available for a lot of teams. Talia getting that Oracle right on point.
And I think I saw a Raiden armor into the hands of Kurikyu, I believe, yeah. And I think that's the kind of the mistake Elusivity did, right? They won the team fight, but they should have noticed the fact that Yi Shin just won the lane against the carry. That means he's ahead. And in that team fight, I think they got a little confident. They should have considered that Estasio is right there. Oh, another knockup right at the same river area. And the engage is going to be coming in. Estasio gets a deja vu kill onto the Kalia. Uranus coming in from the back. Kimi trying to dish out the damage bomb, of course, but Kimi providing the zone out, and they're going to be able to retreat. But, you know, Sasuke, that's the same place that they got taken down. I think Elusivity, they gotta avoid that area.
Seems like a cursed place for Elusivity Esports because not just one, there were 3 deaths back to back this time. But hey, Kimi is dishing out a lot of damage. Might be in some trouble. Alice goes and controls away, but both the teams will be disengaging as of now. The neutral objective spawns in. There's a Tsunami Slam onto the top lane. They are looking for... That is the slap, but he dodges it everything. But Kurikyu said to secure the kill.
That was just insane. 3 ultimates for Yi Shin, and he gets taken down, and so does Megumi as well. I think he was caught out of position there, but to be fair, that was a flicker ultimate that he did not expect. And at the same time, the Katotkacha dived in to save him, but it was not enough. Instead, he also got taken down. So there were 3 bodies fallen on the top lane just for 1 turret. A really negative trade that happened for the favor of Megumi. And right now, they're going to be losing this last turtle soup from their hands. And with this, the side of Elusivity have gained the advantage that they were looking for. And right now, they're going to be going for an invasion. And yep, they will get the buff away from the hands of course, the Guinevere.
That's when we thought like things are looking pretty good, pretty decent for Megumi. Elucidity Esports throws another punch. Like this is the kind of a game where both the teams are brawling it out. Like, hey, you get the advantage, there is a counter back, and we got the advantage. And it's back and forth coming in from both the teams. And look at this XP lanes. Like Uranus, he's trying to be the nuisance. He is like, hey, I don't personally like the hero, but right now he is doing everything he got in his favor, just ignoring the biases, because the defense is not there. That's quite obvious. But look at the itemization. They are quite getting stacked right now. And we might be seeing a whole team wiped out in couple of minutes. Because Lord is going to spawn in some seconds. I wish I can take a peek at the itemization because, the mid lanes they are dealing quite the damage.
Oh, Zetian comes in with, of course, the Empress's call, and the damage is going to be there. Locations revealed, and Engage popping in. Kalia Tsunami Slam, but it's not going to be enough. Maybe because Megumi gets taken down, and with this, the Alice tries to dish out the damage, but it's not going to be enough to save Kimi. Alice tries to retreat with the flicker. Poppy Shrek will still, regardless, get taken out by the Sky Piercer of the Kimi. And right now, Estachio was trying to pick up some crumbs, but it's not going to be enough. His teammates are down, the front line is gone, and he will just have to try to defend this mid lane. Will they be able to do it, Sasuke? I don't think so.
Well, that's not up to us because they literally managed to decimate the mid lane tower. There goes all the tier 1s into the hands of LCVT Esports, and with the Lord spawning in just in 10 seconds, it's looking pretty good for them. And look at the itemization carry already onto a Trinity build. That is the Golden Staff along with the Corrosion Sight. The damage is there, but for the biases, he's looking forward for that. The most expensive item, Blade of Despair. So once he gets that, I believe he will be the one shredding a lot of damage for his own team. But he needs to be there in the team fight because in the previous fight, that was a big micro game coming in from LCVT Esports. The moment they saw hey, the Vices is not there, it's a do or die situation for us. It's a good time we can go for a 4v5 fight. They win that, they got the mid lane tower itself, and now they are dictating the Lord pit itself.
Yeah, and with this, it really looks like the side of Elusivity might already have the game on their hands, and they might be getting that score 1-0. But Estachio trying to go for a flank, but gets Tsunami slammed immediately. But the Zetian's Empress's call is not gonna be enough either. Estachio gets taken down. After all, he was in midst of 4 people. Zetian tried to retreat, but it won't be enough. Korikuri will take the kill, and right now Megumi just trying to retreat. Alice will be the collateral, and Poppy Shrek gets taken down as well. 3 out of 5 members will fall, and with this, the side of Elusivity Esports have basically cemented their lead and cemented this Lord on their pocket, and they will be taking a few more turrets in the future because right now they have that Lord advantage.
Lords marching down to the enemy base from the top lane itself, and I like the fact that how Megumi drafted it well, but the damage aspect was lacking it out because there is a lot of tanky heroes, and Estachio is not able to deal enough damage to each and every member. Megumi, he needs to stand up alongside Duba to control and give the burst damage they need to melt down at least the frontliner. They have a good amount of potential, but right now they are lacking out a massive firepower output.
Absolutely, mid lane, another Tsunami Slam comes in. Zetian does try to retaliate with the ultimate, but it's not going to be resulting in much. Estachio just dashes away, but they have lost a lot of turrets. They're only left with their inhibitors, basically into that last bit of defense they have. And with this, I think they will have to play that passive game of just collecting those minutes and trying to scale up further. But just like you mentioned, it is the scaling problem. Let's take a look at the itemization, Sasuke.
A quick Trinity is there for the carry, and so is the Blade of Despair. Kitted up for Yi Sun-shin. Looking at that, the Alice is looking forward straight up for the Blade of I forgot the name, but the repelling shield.
Blade armor? Was it?
Yeah, Blade armor. I was gonna say the Blade of armor, but yeah, sorry, my bad. Blade armor.
It happens, man. But an Engage coming in from the Kalia, comes in with the Tsunami Slam, but the flicker is going to be there. Zetian comes in, that's a 3-man knockup, and with this retaliation from Megumi, they take down 1, they take down 2, might be the 3rd one, but looks like Korikuri will be able to retreat with 30% of his HP left. But I think Julius was not expecting that. They really thought that since Rudius engaged on that one, that was their team fight, but no, it was instead Megumi taking I would just say it's a clapback from them.
Yes, I think that is the kind of a thing, a big turnover coming in from side of Megumi, and that's what they were looking forward at. One jump coming in from Megumi itself, and it turned down the whole situation, the whole tide. Again, a Tsunami Slam over to the Alice, but hey, the damage is not there enough. They're looking forward, or they're missing out the carry, which just respawned itself, and with the tier 2 decimation from side of Team LCVT Esports. Look at that. Megumi with a complete discipline here. Right now, going for the disengage as the Lord is about to spawn in 20 seconds.
Really good discipline right there. Good dash from the Gatotkacha, dodging away all the trouble and just going to be back to, of course, retreat. But just like you mentioned, the Lord is going to be there. And right now, Megumi, do they have the element of surprise anymore? Because, of course, the last time they won that team fight, it was mainly because the side of Elusivity Esports were caught off-handed. But right now, the Lord, look at that, the zone. It's 4 people right there. Eunice is on the other side, clearing out the lanes. Can they go in for a 4 versus 5 engage and just try to win it? They do have the resources. Let's see.
It seems like this could be the final output, and given the fact that how much of the crowd control they have alongside. Oh, look at that big engage.
Oh, the Lord, it just 180 completely. Megumi takes it down, and Senju will take a kill onto Poppy Shrek, and right now they're retaliating. But at the same time, they all 4 left the Lord, right? They completely abandoned the Lord. That is insane. I thought they would put up a more for stronger fights there, Sasuke. But looks like since they saw the number advantage, they just decided that Megumi can take this Lord and we'll just go for the bodies. And they took down Poppy Shrek in that fray.
That's true, but hey, the Lord is already being taken care of, and right now the damage coming in from Team LCB Esports is humongous. Not just a petty damage, it was just enough to melt down the KV itself. The front line is down, and so is the top inhibitor. Looking forward for the mid inhibitor and also for the potential end. That is it.
Oh, Zetian's Fury comes in, and the ultimate is not going to be enough to save Megumi. Double kill secured for Senju with the Sky Piercer stacks. Now probably getting maxed out. The mid lane turret is going to get taken down as well. It looks like the side of Elusivity Esports with this last minion wave, they want to end it. The wave needs to be cleared, but they are trying their best. But it's not going to be enough. The carry is locked in, and they will get the base. And with this, Elusivity Esports will be getting that game number 1, giving away that Lord. Maybe mistake or maybe a strategic decision that they took, basically maybe giving them the false hope that, hey, you got the Lord, maybe you can do something, but no, it wasn't. And the MVP goes to Corey Curie.
Man, oh man, what a game, an absolute brawl. There was not a second where they were like resting or going for a breathing time zone. Like every time, like, hey, we are up, let's go for it. There's the neutral objective. We need to take this. We got a minion swarm over here. Let's contest for it because it's a 4v5 situation. We can win this. And that was a back and forth, continuous counter engage coming in from both the teams. But in the end, it was Elusivity Esports on the top, on the victorious path with the damage coming in from Kimi alongside Carry. We have enough of the frontliners. I agree, we respect that how much crowd control options you have, but one crowd control from Fredrin is more than enough, and also that was the same case for Megumi. One crowd control from the spatial migration from the Guinevere, it was more than enough to cancel or just chop down each members of Elusivity Esports. But this game, it was so intense. Like, I don't think so there was like much of a drawback, but certainly Megumi could just change 1 or 2 heroes, or perhaps look out for the backline killing zones, because Yi Shin, it has the damage, but it needs a tremendous amount of crowd control of the zoning potential, which was there. But their whole draft was over to the counter engage. There were certain good things, like, hey, there was a EUT alongside the Diction Ultimate being popped out, and that was a big and huge crowd control, but Isachin was not there to maximize its output potential.
Honestly, in that last Lord fight, I think that was a really brilliant play. I think maybe it was they gave away illusion that, hey, we don't want this Lord, or maybe we cannot take you in this Lord. Giving away that Lord actually came out so good for them. It was game over for that moment, and I think you were right. You are right. Is the fact that the frontliner, who was of course right now at that point, it was Kimi and Poppy Shrek mostly, because Megumi at that point, even though he was kind of tanky, he's obviously not the front line. He's the jungle. So I think, compared to Fredrin, obviously. So I think taking down Poppy Shrek so early on was a really good decision in that Lord fight. Just let the Lord go away and just take away one of the strong contenders of frontline and the engager, of course, because the Alice's Throne of Ruin is actually one of the main contributors in those engages whenever they were, together, grouped up together. That momentary stun basically gave the advantage. And when they took down the Alice, they basically got the open window to really, really go for the final blow. And they were able to just completely lock down with 1 minion wave, completely zoned in on the base. And of course, carry with the Trinity build is way too fast for you to just immediately clear out the wave fast enough. And with this, we're going to be getting the Rich Guy, of course, going to Astachio, the carry, Duba, and Sandbag going to be going with Corey Curie with 230,000 damage taken. And the Wingman, of course, goes to Rudius on that Kalia.
I really can't get over to the draft. I believe, like, what if the big if, like, they had a Claude, if not a Claude or any particular marksman instead of a Guinevere, because, they had the re-engage potential. They just need to wait for one mistake from the elite side of LUCVT esports, because at the end, like, they were lacking down the damage potential. And if not, if they really want to go for this kind of a draft, every single step it's need to be aligned properly. Like, hey, each and every time Guinevere needs to engage or catch 2 to 3 members of LOCTVT esports through the spatial migration, and also the AOG needs to be land over, or just zone the backliners if it's not been caught into the spatial migration. So it's a really good draft, but I don't think so. Like, it's really hard to execute it. That's the whole point. And they really tried hard. They really tried their best. Like, we do saw, like, there was like good things coming in from this kind of a draft, but they're ready to counter it, because each step need to be perfect. Like, hey, step 1, it need to be properly aligned. Step 2, this need to be properly aligned. One single mistake, it all crumbles down.
See, if this best of 3 series is obviously going to be crumbled down in a swift 3-0 right now, of course, into the favor for Elusivity Sports. They got 1 pointer, but at the same time, we did see that Megumi is, of course, looking for that contention. So with it, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the game number 2 draft phase, and let's see if the bans will change from the previous one. Last game, I think we had Zushin and the Freya, Esmeralda. Who else did we have on the ban? Yu Zhong and Lancelot. Yeah, I think I'm not missing out anyone else. Okay, the Yu Zhong immediately getting banned alongside the Zushin. They do not want these heroes to be present in the battlefield. Really makes sense. A lot of crowd control, a lot of damage, and overall great utility. So with this, let's see the next few bans. Do you think the Lancelot will get banned out here again?
I feel like if LCVT does not want to go for a Grok or a Kalea, they could gamble it out or ban out one of the options, and they could grab it. Or perhaps they could just ban out, this mage. What is it? Not the mage, but the Yi Sunshin itself, because it's been on to that a lot of priority pick into the jungle itself. And if they want to gamble it out, they can also go with the Suyo, but it depends on them. They are kind of a team which they like to go with the utility hero. So perhaps a Lancelot might be a sensible ban. If not, I'm missing the hero name, but you get the gimmick.
It happens. Sometimes the words are at tip of your tongue and it just doesn't want to come out, right? You get really mad. It's fine. It's fine. It happens. But hey, if you get it, you get it, right? If you get it. But anyways, with this, I do think the Yushin will definitely be a fair ban. It did cause them a lot of trouble. I think it was one of the main DPS sources as well, so I think that would be a good decision. But I definitely think the fact that Megumi banned out the Lancelot last game, it kind of backfired on them, because you mentioned, right, banning out the Lancelot means that you're most likely going to be picking up the Kimi. Elusivity predicted that and took the Kimi for Senju itself. So I think they can just try to avoid that, or maybe pick the Kimi for themselves a little bit earlier. But let's see what Megumi can do. But at least since they're the second pick, they can give away one. But if the one they give away is, of course, the Kimi again, they're going to be running into a little bit of a risk.
I can really think about it. If they want to go for Kalia first pick, they could potentially ban out the Gato Kacha too, because not to mention, like, they were mentally prepared about it. Whenever the tsunami slam is there, they were mentally prepared. Like, hey, there would be a EOG landing on somewhere around here, and they were not directly engaging. Like whenever there is a tsunami slam being engaged from the LCDT esports, whenever the Rudy just gets one of the guys, it does not directly engage. They wait for the EOG. So just to train this out, they could probably ban out so that hey, the execution is on point, it works smoothly, and if not, they can probably ban out few of the mages which is currently causing a havoc. And if not, like there's potentially a lot of variance, and that is this Sunshine ban out for the side of LOCVT esports.
Makes sense. Elusivity Sports. Just like you mentioned, I think this was in your prediction that they will most likely go with this ban since it was a major key causing problem. And the other side of Megumi right now still considering either to maybe go for the Lancelot ban, perhaps, because I do think they can still try to go for that plan, because I do think where the mistake happened is I think there were small mistakes that basically built up until that later moment where Elusivity basically had too much of a lead. And I do think one of the crucial factors is definitely the Kimi. The Kimi was the main frontline damage dealer that was not getting taken care of. And why that was the case? Because of course, the simple fact Megumi's Guinevere was getting taken down. Who was the one responsible for the back line? So I think maybe they can try to prioritize the Kalia for themselves, or maybe what can they go for? But I do agree with you. Megumi right now needs to probably change his strategy. Try to go for something of a different pick. What do you think possible junglers could be instead of the Guinevere?
There's a Suyo, and it's a well engaged. And also in the previous game, they already had Yi and Shin. So they were thinking out of the box. They were trying to go for you get the point, like something really great with the amount of crowd control they had. But hey, once the purifier is there, you does not really know like, hey, does this guy have purifier or not? Because Guinevere is there to catch, there is the AOG, but it needs to connect one by one, not one at a time. And yeah, also for the final phase, I think the Fredrin ban would come in handy, because if and only if there was not a Fredrin, they would have been able to reach towards the Kimi. So that was a potential threat into the jungle also. So panning out either this Grok if they really want to gamble it out, or perhaps they could go for a Fredrin, but it seems like they'll go for a Grok. There is a Claude ban coming in from LOCVT esports.
Grok. This is obviously, I think Megumi really does not want the Grok to be dealt. I mean, they don't want to deal with the Grok simply, and they don't want to pick the Grok either, like you mentioned previously. So looks like it's going to be similar bans with the inclusion of Claude in the first phase. So let's see. The side of Elusivity esports, they have the first pick. They can still go for the Kimi, but at the same time, maybe the Lancelot can get picked on the other side, so there is a risk. On the other hand, they can still go for the Kalia as well, because it worked really well. But looks like, yep, they're going to be sticking with the Kimi, because it just worked too good in the last game to be really ignored. And right now, Megumi, they got options. They can pick up the Kalia for themselves, and maybe a mid laner that can really contend with the Kimi. Maybe not in the laning phase, because Kimi's poke is too strong, but maybe in those team fights.
I'm thinking more about the Kalia Fredrin, or maybe Kalia carry, because you can see like there is a mid lane. You can prioritize the mid lane into the third pick. That makes more sense right now. Kalia with something else which we need to steal away from the enemy seems like a lot of a viable option. There we go. They are sticking with the Uranus onto the EXP lane. Over the bans, I think Esmeralda is still open, so LSCVT Esports, they can counter-attack with the Esmeralda onto EXP lane. Alongside, if they really want to go Fredrin this time again, it's open for the grabs. If not, Lancelot and Suyo are the other viable options available.
Lancelot will also be good, the fact that he can, of course, try to bait or immune Kalia Tsunami Slam much better. And I think they really wanted to, Uranus. They stole the Uranus from, of course, Kurikuri, who was the MVP of the last game. But so early on, I'm not too sure about it. But still, regardless, it's a good pick, like you mentioned. But the fact that Esmeralda is still open, can go for the counter pick right here. And also because, okay, they immediately lock in on that Baxia. Really do not want any form of regen coming in from the Uranus. As well as the fact that the Kalia's heals, of course, provide the sustain. So immediate lock on that anti-heal Baxia, and they go in with the Hilda. 100% most likely they're roaming into the hands of Rudius. So pretty interesting. They're gonna be going with a Hilda roam. What do you think? Are they trying to combat the fact that Megumi might pick up a Lancelot right now?
That is a guarantee, unless and until if Megumi doesn't want to go for a utility jungler, it's always an option. And there we go. The carry is locked down for Team Megumi, seeing the two of the tanky frontliners coming in from LCBT as a response. Carry is there, and also, just to be precautious, LCBT could ban out Lunox or perhaps a Farsha, but Lunox banning makes more sense because there is a Kalia and there is carry, and just pair it out with the Tsunami Slam. There's a Lunox Dark Fog, Chaos of Dark, and also carry Light Speed Wheel. There is absolutely no chance that the person who's been caught in the Tsunami Slam is going to be surviving with anything kitted onto it. So banning out a Lunox seems more viable, but on the side of Megumi, they will be going with the standard bans, the CC, and perhaps on to the next thing, they could go for another marksman. Since Claude is out, Granger is there, but will they be picking it up? If not, there is a potential Masha. We've been seeing a lot of Masha into the gold lane with a lot of insane damage. You stack it out with the damaging items, Sea of Hellbird, or the Demon Hunter Sword, the Trinity build, whatever you like. You get the 3 ultimate, and once the HP bar is there, you also get the CC immune ability. And against the laning phase, I do think it does stand a chance against carry. If not, Harriet is a sole and only viable option. If not, the another option would be a Granger, but I think that's there.
Yeah, I think the Granger is not exactly the most viable, but yeah, he's still an option. I would definitely love to see the Master in action because it's been a while since I've seen her really play out. I mean, except for of course the international pro scenes. Of course, I'm talking about Indian right now. So would love to see it being executed right here, of course, in RXG itself. But let's just see. The other side, Megumi, of course, they have this time around, basically, if I'm not mistaken, they've stolen 3x3 heroes, right? Carry was in Elusivity, and Kimi, as well as, of course, not Kimi, the Kalia and Uranus. All of these 3 heroes were basically picked by EVT last game, and they basically took it away. But funny enough, it does make more sense this time around. 2 frontliners, there you go with the carry. Since there's a back end that you really need to cover up, there's a Kalia, can go with the flicker. And Uranus is just a generalist heal sandbag that you can just put into the EXP lane, just like the Esmeralda. So I think it makes overall sense that their composition does look better, but at the same time, it's going to be mainly the mid lane and the jungle that is going to be basically cementing the flow of the game and how good it's going to be, especially considering the Kimi was extremely dominant last game. So let's see, mid lane and the jungle, both of the sides yet to pick up.
I'm thinking about
Okay, again.
They are going with the Guinevere again.
The euphony of
Oh.
suffering.
They go with the Granger as well.
Not a lot of options, but forced to pick a Granger for the side of LCBT esports. They need an EXP lane. Esmeralda, I do see it's still open, but they do want to go with it because there is a carry, and perhaps there might be a Lunox or maybe a Lilia into the mid lane, if not Kadita. But under the XP lane, there's not a lot of a viable option. Like, there's a Lapu Lapu if they want to go for a continuous backline zoning potential, and if not, there is Alice just to stalemate the lane alongside the Esmeralda.
What do they go for? I think both of the options are really viable, just like you mentioned. Yeah, Lapu Lapu for the backline. And no, they actually go for neither. They go with the Terizla. 3 tanky frontliners. Is there a plan to trying to overwhelm the carry because carry is a single target by having 3 hefty tanky heroes?
I think all those heroes which I just mentioned, they were really amazing, but what they lack as a team is a crowd control aspect. Hilda doesn't really do much of a crowd control, so they need some frontliner which would be staying up front, soaking up the damage, and also will be dealing insane amount of crowd control. So that does make sense with Kimi on the back line alongside the Granger. and you have the personal anti-heal hero, the Baksha itself, and Hilda just to make a nuisance to the backliners. But there we have the final mid lane. Only available option for the side of Megumi is going to be Lunox into the mid lane. A fully kitted frontline tanky with two of the marksmen and to the backline range versus anti-tanky kind of a heroes. Oh, kind of a pretty balanced for me, Megumi, and it's also pretty balanced for LCVT esports. One major thing which they need to be prioritizing for the side of Megumi is like Lunox will be having some trouble clearing the mid lane. Like, hey, there is a second skill, but the continuous poke coming in from Kimi and also the range is something that they need to look out for.
You know the fact that it's a good point that you actually brought out. I think during the draft phase is the fact that if they really went for a Esmeralda, they would have basically 0 to none CC, right? I mean, they all have slight stuns, like the Hilda, she got a stun on there. Baksha, he got a little bit of a stun on the first skill, and slow, but it's not concrete. They don't have a setter. So, yeah, in theory, in paper, the Terizla makes the most sense. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we will go into the game number 2 of this best of 5 series between EVT Esports and Megumi on RXG Cup. And of course, we are back again, myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Sasuke. And we're going to be seeing if the side of Megumi can make a comeback, can put a pointer on their table, or the side of EVT will take 2-0. Here we get a look into the emblem setup, and of course we've already discussed the draft, Sasuke, and it's quite balanced, but I'm really curious to see how it's gonna fare against mid lane already. First blood.
Right on point. It's not been 40 seconds. And Moba already going down. The instant damage coming in from Hilda. I did mention it, like she's gonna be having some trouble while clearing the mid lane in early phases, and that's there. With that, LCVT Esports gaining the upper hand and looking forward for the jump, and look at that Baksha.
Mid lane, a lot of low HP showing up. The side of Megumi, they will waste a flicker while Senju still has his Purify. But yeah, you mentioned the fact that Lunox, obviously, she's one of the mages that, the reason she wasn't in meta for the longest time is because she has a poor wave clear, and against poking heroes, she really struggled, and we literally saw how much she struggled badly. Losing out the first blood as a mid laner, it's never looking good for you. And on the top lane, 2 really extremely strong sustain heroes going toe to toe. I don't think there's gonna be much, but Poppy Shrek really confident right there. Too confident? Too confident?
One hit from Terizla might end up his whole career this time on the bot lane, and look at that.
Senju gets the kill. It's not looking good. Senju basically is on a KD of 101, and he's level 4 already. I do think Poppy Shrek went in a little bit too aggressive.
That's there, but again, look at that traction pulse connecting down to the Lunox, and he's basically poking and making sure that she knows, like, hey, I need to keep the distance about it, and this could be the free potential turtle for the side of LCVT Esports. Look at that. They're looking forward for more engage with the high poke they have in their hands, and also the control they have in their hand this time.
And they're already invading the red buff, and right now they're trying to, here comes of course the penalty zone, and Poppy Shrek might fall victim, but a beautiful engage, a beautiful knockup of course. But it wasn't enough. There was just no follow-up. Their DPSs were really far away, and Uranus actually survived. The regen really helped him.
That's there, and it seems like Megumi, they need to change the pace, because right now the tempo is not matching there. They need to cool off a little bit. Perhaps they could think of a strategy where they could go for a possible re-engage, because right now with the Hilda always going to the back line, it's a constant threat, and even if they go with a beautiful setup, they cannot really make out of it. There's a special migration in the defensive with that. It's the Tsunami Slam taking down one of the members, but hey,
Kimi gets taken down immediately, and look at the damage just popping up. 1 HP. Megumi does not survive at this time, and the kill goes into the hands of Julius. 4-0, and right now Carrie's cornered, and the flicker will get used just to get out of it, but the goal shield is gonna be, I think, oh no, the minion is gonna get taken down. They will not be able to get it 100%, but the side of EVT Esports, full on relentless domination. And the side of Lunox really wants to maybe go for a takedown here, but it's not gonna be enough. The backup is right there, and the Terizla is gonna be safe.
That's there, but again, second neutral objective is gonna spawn right away, and with this kind of a situation, Megumi is not looking for good with it, but still looking forward for a punish, but has to disengage. Flicker being forced out right away before the turtle. That is a huge resources. There's a priority item coming in from the carry, and seems like this turtle will be also this any contestant. Also, that is some slam, but it's gonna be fallen down. Crisis takes up the kill, stacks up his Skypier, so I believe.
And the fact that he's been kind of free farming. There's been 0 to none focus on the Granger so far. Yep. Oh, actually, he doesn't have the Skypicer yet. He's building towards it. He built up for the, and he just got it right now. So he'll be stacking up from, of course, at this point on. And the Hunter Strike, since it was already there, a lot of damage. Oh, bottom lane, they want to go in for a possible engage. Hilda goes in, try to take down the carry, and it's actually Crisis gets the kill instead. That's a 20 stacks immediately on the Skypicer after being bought, and it's not looking good for the side of Megumi Sasuke.
Indeed, they need to change up the pace because Linux alongside carry, they need some items while Kimi can just poke around with one items or, just a baby item which you made for the glowing wand, She can just deal and poke around with that. But Lunox, she definitely needs an item or two to reach the power spike, and also carry, she needs the Trinity as soon as possible. The game is not looking forward that much, but that's Tsunami Slam being recovered, but that's the penalty sold.
Immediately an engage, hopping in, and looks like Poppy Shrek is going to be the first victim. Crisis takes the double kill, wants to go in for the triple, but no, it's going to be the Senju getting a kill onto Megumi, and with this 10-4-0 full-on domination from the side of EVT Esports, and with this 5-0-3 Crisis, that's 40 stacks on the Skypiercer, and who is actually going to be taking him down? I don't think Kimi is in the position anymore to do it.
That's true. Megumi they definitely need to change up the potential, leave down the neutral objective, go on with the farming potential, and perhaps go with a one pick off kind of a thing, like, hey, just use every resources and pick one target off, even if that is a tanky, but I don't think so, like, they'll be able to melt it down, so they need to prioritize the pick off potential and, go and give a lot of farm to the damage dealing heroes right now, the carry and also the Lunox.
Into the bottom lane, and an engage popping up immediately. Megumi gets taken down by Crisis, just full on stacking up. And with this, Crisis basically has 50 stacks on the Skypicer, only 30 away from being max. And look at that, Kimi, of course, on the Telia will most likely fall victim, and he does so. Crisis gets the godlike, and with this, he's basically close to the maximum stacks. Just one more kill, and he's gonna be at, of course, that 80 mark, and it's not looking good for Megumi. What do they do, Sasuke? Like, is there any possible way to make a comeback from this?
It is possible, but it is really difficult because all they need is a farm and a perfect pickup. They need to sacrifice the Megumi alongside, Uranus just to get 1 or 2 kills into the hands, but they will be able to save some time. But it doesn't feel like that Elusivity Esports are looking forward for a mistake, and that goes Juba. You can run, but you can't hide, says Crisis. The Dead Sonata shooting down to the enemy head.
It's just not stopping. It's continuous, pure domination, and this is just a classic Granger playstyle, You just farm in the early game, get your items, get the Skybaser, and once the snowball starts, it's just non-stop destruction. And the only way to stop it is, of course, to go for a shutdown, but you need a really fully focused, engaged. You have to go gung-ho on the Granger right now, and to get the bounty, that is the only possible way. But how could they? The question is about how. There's just no window. He's behind 3 hefty frontliners. The carry doesn't have enough damage. Lunox doesn't have the range and the damage just yet, of course, because Duba is at level 8. Look at the other side. Level 12s, level 13s. and 0 deaths all over. And this is an uncontested Lord here, Sasuke.
Seems that way, but Megumi, they do have a potential option to defend this Lord, but if they go for the contest, it's a confirmed game loss, a game lose for them. A wise decision. Look at the anti-itemization carry yet to build the Demon Hunter Sword. The Trinity is still not available. And also for the side of Lunox, only one item, which is the glowing wand for himself. While the frontliners of the Elusivity Esports, they are fully kitted right before Lunox gets his item or carry hits the power spike. And 70 stacks for Crisis over here. He's having a pretty good time. 8-0-3 and overall score 13-0. Elusivity Esports showcasing their power in this game number 2.
It's really, really insane right now. The domination just does not stop. And look at the poke. Like, the poke itself is forcing Papi Shrek to go back. The Lord still full HP, knocking on the doorstep of course, Megumi right now. They're trying to divert it to the other side, and they're able to successfully do so, basically eliminating their Lord. Really good strategy right there being shown. But look at that, Kimi wants to go in for a Tsunami Slam. Is it going to be enough though? The knockup is going to be coming in, and Crisis goes in for a double kill, wants to make it a triple, but now Korigiri is the one to take the kill. And with this, they're really trying to focus into the base because there's only 2 members left. Make it 1 because it's a triple kill for Crisis. He wants a Maniac, but more so he wants this 2-0 as the side of Elusivity Esports will get another point in their hands in this best of 5 series.
Bad, oh bad. You talk about what is the total domination. Elusivity Sports just refining it and reviewing it like, hey, this is what you call a total domination. 13-1, I believe that is the score, and the final kill was an over-engage or tried to zone down carry away from the team, and it was right between the inhibitor towers and the base tower. And the only one falling down was the Terizla itself. And look at this, MVP of the game number 2, Crisis itself, the man provoking, guns blazing entirely on the land of Dawn.
It is insane. I can't believe they basically let the Granger just free farm it, but at the same time they were using a lot of resources to try to contain the Kimi again. And I think since they were losing the mid lane so bad, the gold lane just went unnoticed completely. The carry obviously did not play bad, only 1 death throughout the whole 10-minute mark game, but it doesn't really matter because the fact that Granger was just snowballing from that minute 3. The moment he got his Sky Piercer, it was just full on 10 kills non-stop. And with this, the side of Elusivity Esports just full on, just like you mentioned, they refined what really means to dominate, and it really looks like it's going to be a sweep pretty soon because they're up for 2-0. Only 1 more victory and they're going to be done with this series and move into the, of course, the track finale, which is going to be such a crazy thing for them because Elusivity Esports, one of the most promising teams right now, still in the 2026, and it's really impressive of what they have been really putting out into the table. They had a massive 14,000 goal lead at the end of the game, and you can clearly see 0 objectives taken, 0 lords taken, even the turrets were not being taken much, and we're going to be getting the head-to-head right here, Sasuke.
Megumi right down, crushing down to the reality, they need to go with the drawing board, like they need to look at that, like the fans, they need to look out for the proper draft. I still believe hey, the Guinevere is not doing that much. It's good, it's providing you the essential setup, but you need a lot of output. And also the mid lane Lunox, it was it needed a farm, and there was no one to collab with the Tsunami Slam with the Kalia. So she was all alone, she was providing the vision, but what should I do? This overextending, I can pull it up, I can push it into the tower, but the damage dealer, they are lacking the damage. Elusivity, even in the banning phase, they made sure that Megumi picks off the Lunox into the mid, making sure they have the early game power spike, even in the goal lane, also in the mid lane, and they made sure that the Lunox does not get any itemization. and the early engage and the early aggression was right on point for them.
Hmm. And right now, it is basically going to be leading up to a possible 3-4-0 if the side of Megumi does not really step up and try to change their strategies, of course. But let's see what they have of course, in their table, because it's looking dire for them. It feels sad, but at the same time, they gotta step up because EVT is on a different frequency and they gotta catch it pretty soon, of course. And right now, we're gonna be going into the Casa just for a little bit. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with possible final game, or maybe we might see a fourth number game. So don't go anywhere. We'll just take a short 5-minute break, and we'll be right back with RXG Cub. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Do you want to say it? Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I obviously told you we're going to be going for a short little break, and it was extremely short, just a 2-minute one, and we're going to be heading straight into the third game between Elusivity Esports versus Megumi on this, of course, RXG Cup. And obviously, this is the semi-finale. It was a best of 5 series. It is a best of 5 series, and if it's a sweep, congrats to EVT for immediately going to the track finale. But let's see if Megumi can try to stop it. Of course, Sasuke has mentioned that they can try to really change the strategy, but so far Megumi looks like they're kind of trying to do the same thing, and it's not working out for them. So let's see. Elusivity Esports back again on the second pick. Megumi first pick. What can they do?
The first and foremost thing is to ban out the backshot. But they've been causing out a lot of trouble, and you cannot, even if you want to go for mid lane, you won't be able to use it to the optimal output And there's a lot of ways to counter out of Red Rain and this, but Baxia seems to be the the guy who just melts down or helps to melt down the tank, and it seems like hey, this could be the case, and just ban out the Baxia and you will be all on your way. But this time they ban out Kalia. Seems like if Megumi could pull it off in this game, there's a lot of chances based on or depending on how they draft, and there is a fixed second pick, first ban draft coming in. Like Azoshin, like it is predetermined, like 99% or 90% of the chance Azoshin is banned from second base. Like nobody really wants to deal with it. I'm sorry, Ray, but that's the whole reality.
Because I deal with her now.
And inside you're crying like, hey, just don't ban Zushin. Like, but you should be happy, like, hey, that's how
Yeah, more
overpowered she
Zushin
is.
for me. Less Zushin for them, more Zushin for me, right? So it's good that they ban out. But yeah, I mean, it really makes sense when she got adjusted. I think a lot of people did not like it, but I still realize as long as it's the thing about knockup, you know, it's a really broken mechanic, and as long as it exists, it's just a really insane thing to be there. But just like you mentioned, looks like it's going to be the same bans from the side of EVT. Almost 3 games in a row now. Yeah, 3 games. They don't want the Yuzhong and they don't want to deal with the Zushin completely. And the other side, Megumi has been trying to change it up every time around. First, they went in for the ban on, who was it? Was it Esmeralda? Oh no, I think it was. Then they got for Claude. And then Lancelot. Yeah, again, they ban out the Lancelot again. And this time they went for the Kalia too. So they don't want any of the Tsunami Slam businesses really showing up in this game on their side or either on their opposing side. But hey, the Grok is open. Megumi did not ban it.
So this could be the thing. Either LCVT Esports, they could ban out a Grok, they could ban out a Kimi if they don't really want to give Megumi an option. But they could really gamble it out for, you know, you take the Kimi, we'll take the Yi and Shane. They ban out a CC, so it's a 1-2 trade. This time Megumi picks out a Kimi, but you know, LCVT, the esports, they could go and prioritize a Grok alongside a Yi Shin right away. If not, Yi Shin Fasha, but I don't really recommend a Fasha right away right now. Yi Shin sounds really good. There it is. Grok and Yi Shin.
Way too textbook. It was. Generally, I do think Megumi kind of got caught in the trap because it makes sense, right? From Megumi's perspective, it makes sense. Kimi has been the core issue that has been the driving force for the mid lane and the early to mid game control. And they want to have it. They don't want to give away the Kimi anymore. But guess what? They gave away the Grok and the Yushin, just like you mentioned. And this, obviously, Yushin will most likely head to the goal lane, creating issues for the goal lane and for the side of Megumi. And Megumi, again, they have decided to pick up the Uranus for themselves once more, even though the fact the Bakshay is open. But does it create a difference? Can they pick up the Bakshay for themselves? No, they actually they take the high loss. An interesting approach, I would say.
Good though, like they have the lane clear option, they have the engage and disengage with the glorious pathway. The only viable option, they don't have a crowd control source. Which I really think like what it could be, but there is a Freya which was left open and neither of the team prioritized it. So LCVT Esports like, hey, let me grab it while it's open, and they grab it into the hands of goal lane. With the Oasis in the jungle scene, it does make a good option. Like they could also go for a Terrace Life. They want the crowd control asset alongside a Grok tech charge.
I definitely think the amount of absurd physical damage that's on the side of EVT Sports right now. I mean, Freya is just insane. Her once entered Valkyrie enhanced form, it's just she's a full on, what can I even say? She's like a Zilong on steroid. Like yeah. She's really strong. But yeah. And considering the fact that Grok is also going to be dishing out the huge amount of physical damage that you cannot ignore, by the way, especially with the tectonic charge, and of course the fact that the immunity on per skill cast. But I don't think the immunity is going to be mattering much because just like I mentioned, Megumi is lacking severe crowd controls again, and it's not looking good for them. You know, because simple fact, Their only crowd control is the traction pulse of the Kimi, which does not land 90% of the time. It's mostly often trying to slow down your opponent, trying to make them reposition rather than trying to stun them. And Hylos is just a simple stun. It can give you a window to engage, but it's not enough.
One thing which Megumi could do just to solve down the crowd control issue is that they could either pick down Fredrin or maybe a Baksha into the jungle and also a carry to the goal lane. So, carry against a Freya, it's not a good match, but you would be able to gain it up against it, get the items, and with the team, you could probably melt down a Freya with the help of teams. And if Fredrin or Baksha is there, that's a plus bonus for you.
And it looks like EVT Esports is right now trying to teach the side of Megumi, like, hey, the Lunox did not work out for you last game. Let us show you how to do it, because of course Senju is going to be picking it up. If I'm not mistaken, this used to be his comfort hero like a few seasons ago. So obviously he knows what he's doing. And on the other side, Megumi right now, what is going to be their power play? Because just like you mentioned, they can still try to go for the Fredrin for the crowd control, or they can just try to go for the Baksha for that anti-heal. And the damage reduction as well. But is it going to be enough? No, they actually go in for another damage. No crowd control. They're going to be doubling down on it, and they pick up the Suyu for themselves.
They could probably go a Ruby onto the EXP lane, but they go Leo gold lane and a Leo mod jungle?
Or is it the other way around? I'm not sure.
I mean, both the heroes works viable or works really good on the jungle, but it's really up against which would you pair up against a Freya? Would you like a Leo mode against a Freya, or would you like a Suyo against a Freya? I think Suyo does sound good because he has the CD reduction over his spells. You can just poke and just return, do it twice or thrice. You will be pretty safe. That's there and also.
He has a physical damage reduction on his immortal form, so I think that will help as well against the Freya. And I think that might be the case. You're right, Sasuke. It's gonna be this Suyo gold lane. And is it? Yep. Estacia was their gold laner, right? Yeah. They go in with the Suyo.
I was hoping if they really want to go for a Suyo or Ruby would be good, given that they need a crowd control.
Yeah, they do.
And if they're really working forward for a Suyo to give or output out throw out all the damage, that does feel like a really good option. But out of everything, Kori QT locks down to the R-Lord, which is something we don't usually see, because people loves to go with the crowd control aspect, just give it all, be chill, be cool, and just go with the crowd control option. Against Uranus, just pick Alice. It's a stalemate lane, no biggie.
Yeah, it's no biggie. And especially for EVT Sports right now, it's looking like a really clean game. They have everything, all the puzzle pieces are just pieced in perfectly. But Megumi this time around, they have a different approach to the draft itself. And of course, the lack of crowd control does worry us a little bit, but let's see how it being executed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third game, possibly maybe the last one, or maybe not. Let's see if Megumi can stack up in this best of 5 series. 2 pointers for Elusivity Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go into the Land of Dawn in RXG Cup. And of course, myself, Ray, I'm joined by Sasuke, and already a lot of contention in the mid lane as usual.
But see, this time, Kimi alongside this Lunox is playing pretty safe. The only fact, the damage source was off Hilda, so that alongside Kimi, that was a big potential. But look at that, in the goal lane, Freya is kind of a dominating flicker. Crisis nearly getting the first blood, but that was pretty close.
Extremely close, and looks like it's gonna be Kimi instead. Gets the first blooded by Julius. He was trying to dish out the damage, but of course that's a Hylos can't exactly escape once your skills are down, and of course even the Revitalize was used. So immediately the side of EVT again. I think, is this a 3-4-3 first blood for them?
I don't know, this could be. This could be. But one major drawback is if you give away the snowball thing to the Yi Shin, you won't be able to catch up, and Leo mode will not be able to dish out or sustain or deal the damage to the back line, and won't be able to be into the fight. But look at the mid lane, the Nox being chunked out. Massive HP.
Duba this time around, just trying to basically have a little bit of a revenge, you know, 2 consecutive games, but oh, bottom lane, they really want to take down Crisis. Yishin comes in for a backup. It's going to be enough though. Estachio dashes out with a flicker, but Julius actually does get taken down, and with this, they go in for a 1-for-1. Megumi takes back kind of the first blood loss that they had.
With that, they'll be securing down the neutral objective, but things go sideways as Tuba managed to secure out the Lunox while Megumi falls down for the side of Team Megumi itself. Oh, that's a real leader's name. But okay. No, it's again, it's like we are back to the game number 1. Things are going back and forth. Each of the teams, like, they are punching it out pretty hard. Like, hey, you give me a jab and I'll give you a massive, strong jab.
And right now, Crisis went in very aggressive, and he will most likely get punished for his endeavor. He is a little bit too deep in the enemy territories, but Julius will actually take down Megumi. Megumi was all alone, was he? Yeah, he was all alone while his rest of the team was actually trying to take down Crisis. Maybe in a way that was a good diversion from the side of Team Elusive Esports, because they got the turtle, and in the mid lane, they're going to be getting another kill for themselves as they take down Duba. Right under the nose of Kimi, who's not going to be able to do much because he doesn't have the glorious pathway yet.
But without the Dark Ultimate, you know, Hylos was pretty feeling confident, like, hey, you cannot kill me unless and until you have the Dark form. And he was trying to get a kill, or pretty, like, he was on to it, like, you bad, I'm there, I'm gonna melt you down, and he was pretty brave on the SP. Meanwhile, things are looking quite well for LSVT Esports. The goal is in their favor. The priority item is there for the side of the Yi Sunshin. That's Phantom Steed, not the Phantom Steed, but the Glorious Pathway.
Engage popping in, and immediately the Tectonic Charge is going to be dishing out the most of the damage. Kimi will get taken down, and here comes Arlott with, of course, a final slash, and with this is able to take down. Here comes the wall blocking the pathway for Papi Shrek. Cody Cutie gets a triple kill, and with this, Elusivity for 3-4-8 will go for the mid lane, immediately cementing their snowball. You know, the fact that they were afraid of Julius being, of course, their head one, but they completely undermined, of course, the strong EXP factor, Cody Cutie with a 3-0-1.
With that, ripped out, decimated, looking forward for the entire jungle into the hands of Yi Sunshin. Priority item also being secured for, you know, Grog. That is the dominant size, meaning, like, you know, the Papi Shrek alongside Kimi won't be able to sustain that much as Glorious Pathway being popped out again.
Oh, what was that? I think the Hylos went in a little bit back and immediately got taken down. Crisis takes a lot of damage to the face and decides to retreat. And here comes the Brilliance, will just retreat. But Kimi, there's no taunt there's no taunt, right? There's no taunt. Why did he go back slightly? Was that a joystick issue? He went back, right?
I mean, this seem like you know, miscommunication, like, hey, do we need to fight? And one of them just mentioned, hey, I'm there, I'm using the Phantom Steed, and probably, but with that, Papi Shrek goes down. The burst coming in from Lunox is something. There's the Mountain Shock up, Glorious Pathway being used.
And he retreats, he just came alive, and he's again down to 5% of his health. The side of Elusive Esports completely bullying the horse right now, and Duba, that is a little bit too, you know, too aggressive of you, but he will survive. But 3-4-10 score. Sasuke, look at the lead.
It's pretty again the hands of Elusive Esports with a 4.8k gold, and also this big fat turtle into the hands of Yi Sunshin. They're looking onto the brim peak of their, you know, play style. But how is Megumi going to answer them? They really need to rely on Duba, but he's really having a hard time against the Grog alongside the burst potential coming in from the Lunox.
And with this, I'm not really sure what the side of Team Megumi can really do at this point in time, because possibly it's not looking good for them. Obviously, they are losing the macro all across the map. They don't have the mid lane for Sphere anymore. The bottom one is gone, and I think even the top one is going to be taken down right at this point. On the other side, EVT is just doing really good. They do not have a scratch on any of their turrets. It's all safe. So since they have such a good control on the map, they're going to be getting the objectives and possibly the Lord ending this game and getting the 3-4-0 pretty soon. And what can Megumi really do about it?
Something or a pretty big miracle, but what could be that miracle be? A possible mistake or a throw coming in from LCVT, but the kind of plays they have been showcasing right now, that doesn't seem to be the case. The only possible miracle they could ask for is a re-engage or the burst potential coming in from Duba alongside Astachio and Megumi.
Yeah. Oh, look at the damage. Astachio! Way too underestimated damage that could be coming from Julius. The level difference was a little bit too much. Dubai immediately gets caught in the midst of 4 people, gets taken down. Leomore tries to come in with the Phantom Seed. Is he going to be able to do much? There's good amount of damage and a good amount of sustain. He might be able to take a kill, but it's not going to be enough. Rudius will survive, but Crisis will be the one catching the fray. Megumi, despite his efforts, will get taken down, and so will Poppy Shark. And with this, Kimi is the only one that survived the whole ordeal and on a 10% HP, but that is basically an official wipeout because most of your teammates being taken down. It's Megumi is just put in a corner right now.
Again, they need to change down the tempo, but seems like they feel like, hey, this could be the potential end. I really feel like they need to calm down the tempo. They need to play their cards really cool, even though they don't have the crowd control option, but they do have an opportunity to go for a hit and run kind of a comp because all they have is mobility. Astachio is quite mobile. The Megumi, he's on to the Leo mode, Phantom Steed, and he is also quite mobile unless and until he gets a massive crowd control with the tech charge and also the Valkyrie cry.
And right now the Lord is gonna be spawning in, of course, and Expanding River is gonna be making it really easy for the side of Team EV to really rotate. Oh, and Engage immediately popping in. Duba had to force out the flicker to go back. There is, of course, the glorious pathway to just retreat out of that zone, and they will be able to do so. The horses are gonna be safe. Why didn't I notice it earlier? They have 2 horses.
Oh, okay. You know that sentence like my half of the princes are dead, well, which was trying to process like how Megumi could turn back the tide, but now it doesn't seem that this case. But the Lord is marching down towards the base from the top side, and one final push is what LCVT is expecting for this 3-0 clean sweep strike.
And they don't even have the defensive shield on the top lane anymore. So the Lord's just gonna come in immediately on that turret. The damage reduction kicks in, but it's not going to be enough. The side of EVT Esports knocking on the doorstep. On the other side, Julius takes down Astachio. And right now, since the turret is down, it's a green signal for them to fully commit to it. The Lord will go for the mid lane turret, and it looks like they will most likely take that down as well. Phantom Seed popping up. Is it going to be enough though? Crisis takes a little bit of a turret damage, and so does Kurikuri. But this is a green signal. They're looking for that window. They want to go in for a final slash. But looks like they just want the turrets. They just want to get the objectives, and they just want to clear the base out as fast as possible to create the minion pressure. Here comes, of course, the calling of Fusion Shin. Oh, here comes the engage that we are looking for. Immediately, Megumi falls, and so does Kimi. Julius takes down 2 people back to back, and with this, the base is looking low. It's gonna be a 3-4-0 possibly, as it's gonna be a 3 kills for Julius. And with this, the side of Elusive Esports gets a dominating 3-4-0.
A 3-0 clean sweep is the outcome of this best of 5 series, and you know, again this damage potential and the draft coming in from LCVT Esports is really commendable. Like how well they choose to be. The first game it was front rain, the second game it bounced back to the Baksha, and the third game they played a Yi Sunshine, showcasing that hey, you don't use it in the goal lane, you use it in the jungle. And with the MVP, Julius declaring a 3-0 clean sweep over to the Megumi.
really pure dominating fashion from the game 1 to game 3. Elusivity Esports just relentlessly showing their prowess over the side of Megumi. You can clearly see a full on 3-0. The other side, Megumi this time around, of course, they tried a little bit better. They kind of experimented with pushing the Suyo into the goal lane against that Freya. It was a 50-50 because he did kind of bait the Freya like once or twice, but it wasn't enough. Overall, the DPS, I think I will see the head-to-head showing up pretty soon, right? I want to see how much damage the Freya dealt out. Overall, I do think the fact that they took the Kimi and gave away the Grok, that was one of the dead plays right there, because Grok is just an insane initiator, and they really needed that, or they needed to have it removed. But of course, they had banned out the Kalia, they had banned out the Lancelot, so the Grok remained open. And also, not to mention, again, the Freya was still. I do think Freya did not dominate that much, but overall, Yushin Shin snowballing was just a little bit too much for them.
We would not be calling it a perfect snowball because he too fell out in a 2v2 or 2v1 situation into the bottom lane. Leomord did manage to get a kill over to him, but after that, in every team fight, he was the one dealing tremendous damage and also saving his ultimate, and was the last one to join the team fight. Like, hey, if everyone has used the resources, I'll be there for the cleanup job. It's my job to secure the kills and secure all the objectives. Looking at the head-to-head count, head-to-head player, Lunox against Akime. I personally feel like this could be the challenge. Like, hey, let me show you how it's done. Uh, Lunox against Akime.
Yeah, but it worked out for them. I kind of feel bad for Megumi, of course, but hey, they made it to the semifinals. Great job, especially considering it's a newly created team for them. But really, really commendable workspace. And Elusivity Sports, of course, they're one of the top teams in India right now. They're showing it. Why? And with this, we're going to be seeing, of course, a rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, and the wingman all being put to place, of course. Senju, again, this guy, 2 games, I think, yeah, 2 games he got back to back to carry. It's insane. This guy, his face doesn't look like it, but he's an absolute monster. Really, really great micro on his hands. And with this, congratulations to Elusivity Esports for getting into that track finale.
Mhm. Track finale it is, but too bad it could not be a best of 5 series with a 5 game place. I was really expecting to see all 5 games, but hey, welcome back to the reality. It's 3-0 as Elusivity Esports goes on to the track finale. We'll be looking forward to which of the teams will be making it to up against in the next match, which is, I believe, against SHUL versus I forgot. Sorry, my bad.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. But I think we're going to be taking a short little break, right, to make the space for, of course, the next 2 teams that are going to be engaging in a best of 5 series. This one was a sweep, but let's see if the SATUL versus Peak will be a game of. I mean, considering it's Peak, they will try, but at the same time, a lot of people will definitely put their bets on SATUL making it a sweep as well. So we'll obviously stand by for that one. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stay tuned. And of course, we'll be right back with the second best of 5 series. This was me, Ray, and of course, I'm with Sasuke. We'll be taking our breaks, and a new set of casters will welcome you into the next series. Bye bye.
Welcome back once again to the Rise Star and Gyan Gaming Cup, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, your caster Fedo, alongside me Sasuke, and we are going to be casting tonight's match. And Sasuke, what are your thoughts, bro, coming into this night? Of course, where it is the semi-finals of the bracket, and the finalists are already going to be selected. The first match, we already have the winner, and in the second match, we are going to get the next one. So, what do you think? Who do you expect to win this one?
Well, I would prefer, like, I can judge more when I see the draft coming in from both the teams because, expect the unexpected is what I believe, and we might be seeing an unexpected things tonight from the side of Peak. Like, we do know they are up against a strong contender, which is SHUL tonight, and it's going to be a best of five series. So, a 3-0 is a potential thing that SHUL would be looking forward for it, but seeing that Peak is remaining strong in this tournament, I'm expecting more of a 3-2 where it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely, man. I do also want to see a 5 game long series because who wants to end the night too early, right? Still very early. It's 7:30 p.m. right now, of course, for everyone in India. So, man, let's take it to 10 p.m. Right? Let's take it to the place where it's going to get even more interesting late in the night. A lot of pressure. Maybe mom and dad about to hit you with the chapel or something like that. But yeah, you still continue playing because, man, you're going to qualify for this event where at the end you'll be rewarded handsomely with that 10 lakh cash prize pool, right? And who doesn't want to get their hands on such money playing this game? And that's exactly what this tournament is all about, that you can actually enter esports and make a career for yourself. And these guys here tonight, who have been here for a very, very long time, Team Peak to Plummet, and of course now they've renamed themselves to Peak, which is actually pretty good. And at the same time, IQSA well, they are not really, of course, any strangers to this new game because they have been here from such a long time and they know what they're up for tonight. So yeah, let's see who wins this one. Is it going to be Peak? Is it going to be IQSA well? Both these teams have actually been on the Mythic leaderboards for such a long time because I feel like as for as long as I can remember, actually, Sasuke, why do you think these guys have been there? Because, man, the reason is, of course, they are very good at what they do, right?
That's true, but hey, consistency is the key, and I believe today we might be seeing one of the consistent draft coming in from SHUL. Perhaps we might be seeing some exclusive or a respect band coming in from both the teams. One thing is this pro teams or the mythic leaderboard teams do is try to grasp what the enemy are about to do. Like, they analyze the draft, they study it, they try to go for the counters and do the stuff. So a lot of respect bans might be coming in handy alongside some meta bans. Like, I'm expecting this time we might be seeing Zushin in one of the teams because seeing the kind of a team we are up against, respect ban is there, so Zushin might slip away from the banning section.
All right. Zushin is definitely something worth talking about in this meta right now. Such a flexible mage and cover every single role, and I mean every single department, of course, where the job is there for a mid laner, especially at zoning out the enemies, controlling the enemies. At the same time, you can keep poking them around. And yeah, if you are someone who does not have a dash, then things will get even harder. So yeah, that's going to be the story of a team of a match if Zushin is coming into play. But on the other hand as well, I feel like there has been a lot of discussion about how IQSA are not having a very stable lineup at the moment. There have been questions about their performances, question about the lineup, question about the team itself, and I believe tonight is a very good night for them to settle the score, answer the questions which have been raised against them, because for a long time they have not really been put up to the real challenge till of course I think Mythic Showdown. So yeah, I think tonight against Peak to Plummet they can finally put a full stop on that sentence that they're about to complete. But of course, the challenge is still not over. They still have to play tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow as well for the finals. But for now, they have definitely shown that they're capable of going into any tournament and making it to the later stages, at least with whatever issues, even if they're facing some issues behind the scenes. So yeah, that's why I'm really interested to see if tonight is going to be one of those nights where IQSA are able to deliver, or are Peak to Plummet going to upset these guys who have been, of course, here for a long, long time.
That's bold statement. Tonight is the night. One of them will emerge victorious while the other would demise. So it's a really important night for both of the teams. But moving on to the draft, moving on to the phase, I would like to disclose something. Like in past, like we have seen a lot many tournaments, and even in the future. But I like to ask you one question: like, what makes this particular tournament different from the rest? One thing I noticed is like, and I really like it, like, hey, solo players like me can also register in this, and the organizer make a team for me. I mean, that was a quite heaven. That's a sad story because I didn't qualify, but that's a story for another day. But what are your thoughts about it? Like, what makes this RNG Cup different from the rest of the tournaments which are happening and which might be coming up in near future?
Well, one thing for sure is that it has the biggest prize pool, which is of course a very, very attractive one as well. Because you don't just win that 10 lakh prize pool. If you're a winner of your bracket, you get a 2.5 lakh cash prize as well. So that's 12.5, and I don't think anyone else will be able to replicate that form of prize pool, because of course Gyan Gaming and Rise Star, for you ladies and gentlemen, they have been the one, of course, leading this tournament and leading from the front with style. Of course, 10 lakh prize pool, I mean 15 lakh in total, so yeah, that's a huge amount. At the same time, it's open for all, and since we know that a lot of the audience is of course coming from Free Fire as well, they're also really interested to try out this new game, and it's a very good initiative to of course bring in new people to the game and grow this game in India, because who doesn't want to share this game with friends and family alike. But what I'm even more interested about right now is how the game is going to play out between Peak to Plummet and IQSA Duel, because IQSA Duel, of course, like I said before, they have some score to settle with everyone right now. So yeah, Peak to Plummet, are they going to face the Wrath, or are they going to they have to like weather the storm, or maybe Peak to Plummet will be the one who have a good opportunity as well, actually, because if you think about it, Sasuke, it's not every day that you get to play a team like IQSA well, right? So Peak to Plummet tonight, if they're able to upset their opponents in a very, very weird manner that nobody is expecting in, then like everyone, like the spotlight will suddenly turn to Peak to Plummet, because they'll be defeating the top team in India, like one of the top teams in India at the moment. So yeah, Peak to Plummet, man, they actually have an opportunity at their hand, and if they're able to perform, then I feel like this is one of those nights where, of course, a new story will be starting, I guess. But for that, of course, we'll be jumping into the draft real quick as soon as, of course, the players are ready and they have arrived. But what I'm also looking forward to is, I feel like there has been a lot of issues, with the way Peak to Plummet was playing as well. If you remember the two main members actually, Savage Warrior and Skyzen, are they even there anymore? I'm not really aware about that. But when those guys were there, they were definitely something.
Well, that's the beauty of it. Like sometimes you win together, sometimes the ones you play with someone is like your near enemy in the future. Not a real enemy, but a competitor in near future, because they join a different team. But that's up to the players. And we're coming back to the point, like, it's a big day for Peak to Plummet, and so is it for SHUL if they really want to go and looking for a spot in the track finals. And also they're looking forward that hefty big amount of money. That is the prize pool for the track finale. That's 2.5 lakhs, I guess.
Definitely, man. The prize pool is definitely something to be discussed about. I do want to understand as well as to who came up with this idea of hosting the RNG Cup. Probably it's Gyan himself, I guess, or maybe someone else. But whoever it is, very good idea. Very good idea. Anyways, man, talking about, of course, the color scheme of this tournament as well. How do you feel about the color scheme, Sasuke?
Now, that's not the right question. I will be able to answer because uh, it's all black and gray for me in terms of this kind of a thing because I'm not usually into a color scheme kind of a guy. So even if you show me a black picture, it will be looking a beautiful. But hey, I have to admit it, the production itself is quite good. I've been liking it till now, but I cannot elaborate more because it's all the same for me. I would not be elaborating, but one thing which I'm ready to elaborate is you've been mentioning that hey, there've been some problems with this and that, but it's also a part of a esport player that's something you get when you're starting your journey. Like it's not a smooth journey. You need to be focusing on several things, but tonight is the night, and we have been emphasizing over and over and over again because it is a big thing. We already have LOCTV Sports on to the final track. With this today game, a best of 5 series between Peak and SHUL will be getting the finalist of this track, which will be going against a track LOCTV Esports into the track final.
Definitely, man. Elusivity have definitely shown as well as to how good they are, right? And right now, Peak to Plummet up for the challenge as well. And honestly speaking, I feel like there could be more, that could be done rather than just playing a normal game tonight. Especially for Peak to Plummet, if they won, they can experiment in the first game. It's a good to go thing because it's a BO5 series. It's not going to be a BO3, right? So experimenting in the first game is very, very predictable, I would say. So yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see as well as to what's going to happen as well. Because experimenting in the first game against IQSADUL and you end up winning it, suppose, then man, I mean the series is going to get so much more interesting. So yeah, that's why I believe doesn't matter who is going to be the one to start things off. But I feel like if IQSADUL or Peak, if either of them are ready to go in and try and experiment in the first game, then I mean everyone is going to welcome it, right? Including us and the audience watching right now. But what I'm really expecting is, man, Savage Warrior has been the mid laner of Peak to Plummet. He has been such a good mid laner for a long time, but man, he has never really been compared to the top. But if tonight he is able to win out in his laning phase against Asuna, who is of course one of the best mid laners of India, has such a wide hero pool, can play the damage department, can play the poke as well, can play the utility, do everything right in the mid lane, get the control whenever he wants. Against that guy, if he can stand up to the challenge and try and contest that mid control, the river control with his roamer, then I believe tonight is that night where Peak to Plummet can definitely shine. But for that, of course, gotta get into the game real quick. For some reason, behind the scenes, it's taking longer than usual. Hopefully it gets fixed and we can start the match really soon. But what do you think about that, bro? What do you think about the challenge that Savage Warrior is presented tonight to be going up against the godly duo of Apex and Asuna?
Well, that is something we need to watch it out on a wide, bold screen. But there is one thing that is going to be amazing to watch is how they were going to draft. You did mention like, hey, Peak to Plummet or SHUL, they could go with the experimental draft in the game number 1 itself, but I don't think so either of the team would be considering that because the first game is the game which would you likely would do your best to grab the first point. And once you have the first point, you are in a chill, feel, easy zone. Like you won't be having that much of pressure. Like, hey, what if we lose a game number 2? It will be a match point for the enemies, and you won't be under the tremendous pressure which the losing team goes under. And with that, we are on to the drafting phase. IQ SHUL onto the blue side, taking on Peak onto the red side. Now, this is the classic thing. Like SHUL, they have a lot of options to go against. They can ban out something which could be a big of a hindrance for their overall objective or the overall draft. I'm thinking about more of a Fredrin kind of a thing because Kakarot, he does like to go with the assassin. So this time maybe a Spanny could be the thing. Like he would be going for the first game itself. We were talking about the best course of action or the best draft or the safest pick for each and individual players.
Yeah, definitely, man. There's a there's a lot of options, right? That could be getting played tonight. And okay, the first one shows up on the screen is going to be the Esmeralda getting targeted first by the side of IQSADUL. And I believe that this ban is coming in because, of course, NT is comfortable on all the heroes that you can imagine being played in the XP lane. But right now, the reason why they prioritize Esmeralda is probably because they're going to go for Eve. I think. What do you think about that?
There's a lot of heroes which you could gain a much more interest about while banning this Esmeralda. And another reason is like she's way too tanky. And if you consider like, hey, taking 2 or 3 heroes just to counter down the Esmeralda, that's not a viable option. Even if you pick down a carry onto the goal lane, Esmeralda is really, really just tanky enough. And their teams doesn't really want to go onto that pain part, like getting all 3 heroes just to counter down 1 hero. That is not feasible for them. So banning out is much more viable option. There we go. Kalia is being banned out from the side of Peak. Also, Yuzhong will not be able to be playing for either the team as he is the second one to fall into the banning list. And there we go. The second pick. No, that's the second big thing. Zushin is always that 99%.
Zushin is definitely a go-to ban, man. I mean, if you don't ban out the Zushin, you're risking giving away it as a first pick. And the kind of utility she provides, the kind of flexibility she provides in the draft is just so good that anyone on the blue side always wants to abuse it. Unless and until, of course, the heroes like Leomord, Freya, those are open, right? So, yeah, those are the first pick choices for now. But let's see. The next ban coming up is the Zetian, and this is pointing towards a potential Farsa pick coming in from this side of IQSADUL. What do you think about that?
A Farsa or Kimi mid lane is a viable option, and also Grok is still open. With Kalia out of the way, it's looking good for either of the teams. Like if SHUL goes for the first pick Yi Sunshin, then Peak could response it with the Kimi along with the Grok or a Farsha with a Grok, something like that. But it all depends on whether or not Peak is able to, prioritize that, because Freya is also available into the gold lane.
Yep, definitely, man. Freya is like one of the best picks right now, right? That you can go for. So probably want to go for that, but man, I like you mentioned Fredrin before, right? I also feel like that Fredrin is a very good hero that could be picked up here by the side of IQSADUL, and that is probably the reason why they have banned out this Zetian here. Because the Zetian, her first skill, as you know it, second skill, as you know it, all these skills are really, really big threat for the Fredrin. So yeah, that's why I believe a Fredrin could be showing up on this side of IQSADUL. Peak, on the other hand, the fact that they have banned out the Zetian invites for that Farsa pick right now. So going for the Farsa just gives you that mid control that you're looking for as well, because the Kimi is of course definitely not going to get picked up. On the other hand, if the Eve gets picked up, it's going to be an easy one for, of course, any jungler to try and go in, someone who has mobility like the Joy or something. So, yeah. Okay, they go in for the Leomord and the Kaja. Damn. Kaja was something that I did not really expect, Sasuke.
It's good because ultimately we will be expecting about he could go with a Yi Sunshin, pair it up with a Farsha, but getting a Kaja this early means that like even if they go with a full like 4 kind of a fighter and 1 range kind of a draft, having a Kaja does give you a leverage. Like even if you have a Purify, you would be able to caught up in that Divine Judgment, and with a Phantom Steed, it is quite possible to kill that, the main president type of a guy who's been protected by 4 of his bodyguards. So it's not a like ace kind of a pick, but seems like Peak is planning something with this draft.
Yeah, definitely, man. It does seem like they're trying to go for something unusual. Like I told before, they might experiment in this first match. Because it's the first match, right? Why would you not try something new? Because of course, man, you're up against IQSADUL, and if you go if you go by the book, then you're going to get read out because you're up against S8UL's Apex. And you know what Apex is known for, right? He's known to carry that book. And that's exactly why I'm really interested to see if they're going to do something experimental and come out on top, or are they going to get read out by Apex? So what do you think, man? As far as the draft is going on, do you think Apex is able to read them, or are they actually like, going all out and, trying something new, and Apex is not really having any idea?
I feel like it's going by the book since Mr. Professor aka Apex is just having his best buddy, the book himself, which he wrote, which he writes everything about the players, his opponents. So I think it's kind of a situational, one or two heroes like Kaja would be an exceptional thing, which he might, or maybe even we did not anticipated it. So perhaps that
Yeah.
could be the way. But rest, I think like it could be going by the Bible. It's up to the teams how they draft. Valentina is after the option, so I'm thinking like this could be the EXP Sora.
Yeah, definitely. It could be an EXP Sora here as well, because like Sora is just another another one of those heroes that is so underrated right now. I mean, kind of overpowered as well at the same time. So yeah, that's a double combo that you're looking for. If you want to go ahead and try to use its ultimate in the tanky form, you can do it. If you want to use it in the fighter form, you can do it. Doesn't matter what, it is always available for any option that you want. So yeah, and Anti on the other hand, being the most flexible EXP laner that he is, he can actually pull it off as well. It doesn't matter who it is up against him. But yeah, here he's up against Default. So yeah, Default really needs to step up his game as well if he wants to gain something out of it. At the same time, last ban coming in. Valentina already banned. It's a clear sign that it's going to be the Sora. But Pick to Plummet on the other hand, not really respecting that and going in with a Hilda and Khalid. They do not want Apex to get their hands on these roam picks. So yeah, IQS said you well. What does Apex pick here, Sasuke? Because I feel like with this kind of draft, you can easily, if you want, you can go in for a chip right now. Because I feel like that makes a lot of sense here in this draft. What do you think?
I think it's good, and also I think like Hylos is kind of a viable option. This is paired really well with the Linux, giving you the option to clean the lane quicker, and also have the slow effect with the with the second skill, and also a Law and Order. There is the Alice being taken away from the side of Peak onto the EXP lane. So whether it's going to be a Sora into the EXP lane for Anti, or it's going to be something else, something we have never seen before, and what are the potential options for Roam in this kind of scenario? A chip is a viable option, and also out of the box if you really want to go with the Carmilla, but I don't think so. This the pick is kind of a pick is going with the kind of a draft where they need to stick together, because this time it's like Kaja along with the Leomord will be the charging one. So Alice, but hey, it's going to be a chip as you predicted, and in the XP lane is going to be the Thamos. Alice against Thamos, it's a winning lane, but in the team fight, how well will he be executed? And again,
Oh my god.
in the mid
Okay.
lane,
Okay.
the
I
storm.
see what's going on here, Sasuke. You know what's happening here? Both the teams are like, let's see whose friendship is stronger, Chip with the Avengers Assemble friendship, and here, of course, the Odette and Alice combo, the immobilized thing. That's also another part of friendship thing, right? Because like all these skills on both sides of these teams are all like combination skills. You can layer them on top of each other and you can create a great team fight. So it's really going to be up to these guys now to try and execute and get the better team fight out, because both these comps are really, really team fight heavy. They're calling for it. They want it in their faces. But man, the side of Peak to Plummet are kind of, I would say, a bit late game oriented, because their damage does not really come too soon, right? It takes some time for them to get their damage. On the other hand, IQS said they have the Freya, the Guinevere, the Lunox, Thamos, all these heroes. They perform well in the early, and even in the late game, they're not that bad, right? So IQS said and Peak to Plummet. I'm really, really excited for this one, Sasuke. What do you think? Who is going to have a better shot at this game?
In the mid lane, we can see like, hey, keep alongside Linux to have a great clearing potential, but also, this Odette is pretty safe, and also she does have a early burst damage. If we compare both, I think like Odette does stand a little bit on top, but that's the thing we need to see on also in either on the EXP, either on the side lanes. Carry might have an upper hand, but this is it. We are into the land of dawn. Game number one between IQ SHUL taking on Fake to Plummet. Seeing the item, seeing the emblems, nothing out of the blue.
Yep. Nothing out of the blue right now for the in terms of the emblem section, but now taking a look at the rotations, it seems like Kakarot and okay, and Leomord just decides he does not really want to go for that blue what do you call it? The cabbage. So yeah. Oh, Kakarot here though. He's trying to steal a creep or two away, and that means boring here might not be able to get the level 4 that he's looking for. Too much aggression coming in from the Alice. Too deep in the enemy territory, surrounded by 3 members. The knockup comes through. It could be a first blood coming in for IQSADUL, but the flowing blood helps that Alice survive. Apex still going in very, very heavily in the first minute of the match. There's too much aggression coming in from IQSADUL. Did not get the kill, but Alice loses out on the EXP minion.
Oh, that's some crucial thing. But gaining the upper momentum is the good quality of IQSHUL. They thrive for it. Like, hey, it's a winning lane for the Freya. We just leave it, and with the chip, they have the better rotation. Portal up, and boom, you're onto the bottom lane, the opposite side, and this gives them the early, the momentum rotation or the leverage to punish either of the side lanes if they are overstepping it. But with that, the first neutral objective is going to be spawning up. No major fights right now, but a bit of poke here and there is the thing we are seeing right up there. This turtle is the one which will be seeing a major team fight, because Alice is about to get level 4. It's not that, but yeah, there she is. She's level 4 now.
Definitely, man. You are always waiting for that Throne of the Ruins when you're having an Alice on your side. Phantom Steed coming in, Throne of the Ruins, along with the Swan Song. Kakarot still comes through with the turtle, and he gets the first blood onto the enemy. Default as well, falling down with the Alice, and that is a fight that they do not want to miss up on. But Yon Chip here, he does not forget to take a consolation prize. But even with that, even with that kill that they just took down, they are still already behind by almost 1k in the first few minutes.
Radio, there's a flicker play along with the portal being used as the ultimate being popped out from the Freya, but the burst damage coming in from Kakarot is more than enough. Look at the micro play coming in from both the teams, not both the teams, but IQSHUL itself.
Yeah, definitely, man. They are trying their best, to try and gain some advantage across the map, getting some tower from the gold as well. And of course, that's what you want when you're having a very, very gold-hungry comp as well. I mean, the enemy is already a very, very late game comp, so you do not want to give them the early game advantage at all costs. You want to get every single thing that you can on the map. That's exactly what IQSADUL are trying for. They get another one in their pocket. It's going to be the Yoon chip falling down. The Kaja does not get to survive too long in the land of dawn. But now, once again, we have to set our eyes now on this Freya, because this is the first time, for me at least, that I'm looking at Radiant play the Freya. And in a gold lane where the fighters are getting really dominant, I feel like Radiant is one of those only gold laners from India who is able to try it, even this fighter meta right now. Because most of the gold laners, they really struggle. Okay, right now, another engage coming in. Oh, this is a gang bang right now happening, and it's Eden Hazard who's going to fall down. But SADUL, Apex is also going down as well. At the same time, double kill coming up for Kakarot as well. But there goes the Swan Song. A lot of damage being done. The enemy does not even want to go in. But Abhi might be going in for an overextension here. Flicker forced out as well to try and escape. And that's Peak to Plummet, who will be consolidating with this prize. But oh my god, what's happening right now? Yunchip, what are you trying to do here?
Perhaps he's looking forward for something else, It all begins with a shortcut killing down the Eden Hazard onto that carry and making sure that he doesn't get found, because once he is to that power spike, the Trinity is in his hand, is going to be melting down all the frontliners from the SHUL. So they are making sure that he doesn't get the items, make sure the Freya is always on the top, and that is the neutral objective again in the hands of IQSHUL, perhaps the second turtle of the game. Right under their hands. The goal lead is in their favor, 1.3k. Anti onto that Thunderbelt, making sure he is the tanky boy for the whole team, making sure like, hey, I'm the sandbag. You guys are supposed to hit me. And mostly we saw people like again, okay, special migration.
Oh, damn, there's a lot of damage being done here. And on the other side, at the bottom lane as well, take a look at the Swan Song. Man, take a look at the splash damage coming through as well. Soul Radium, though, he'll be falling down there. And a triple kill coming up for Abhi out of nowhere. He gets a triple. And that's 3 members down for just 1. And that's a trade IQSNUL will take any day. At the same time, NT inside the tier 2, taking down the enemy jungler. Oh my god. What is this situation that Peak to Plummet are in right now? How are they going to come out of this? I'm not really sure either. Because IQSNUL, as you can see right now, have control of every single thing on the map.
They do have it, but hey, it's the brief moment. Like, whether it's a chip, whether it's that, but they're winning the split push, they're winning the split fight, making sure that they are on the right track. Like special migration landing on 1 or 2 members. Asuna is always there to provide the burst potential which is needed, which is not there enough. Like, hey, special migration from the Guinevere, even the ultimate, the damage is not there, but with the help of Asuna, is able to manage and deal a tremendous amount of damage. Again, shortcut being used on top.
Whoa. Oh my god, take a look at the special migration coming with the combos of every single other people out there. Because Anti, Kakarot, even Abhi as well. Every single member pouncing on the opponents. 4 members down just like that. And now, it's time for IQSNUL to finally go in and take down every single thing. Every single resource available. Every single structure on the map. They already get the mid lane. Now they're looking for the turtle as well.
Gold lead increasing into the hands. 5.3k. And it's going to be increasing right on to the point, just a minute ago we saw like, hey, they had the goal lead about 1.3, and with the finger snap, they turn it a 5.7k, and it's going to be increasing again and again and again. Look at the Freya non-stop, being the unstoppable force as he is clearing down the wave. That is the tier 2 tower, decimate right under 8-minute mark. Law is going to be spawning down in the 95 seconds, a pretty good time. Meanwhile, QSA12 will be looking forward to decimate all the tier 2 towers the Peak has in top, also in mid.
Let's see. Apex looking for the flank angle onto Boring. Boring already using up the Phantom Steed as well. Will Apex be the one getting caught? Take a look at the special migration. Such a nice combo from Kakarot, and the follow-up from Abhi was perfect as well. They got a double kill. Apex wants to go in for more, but that will not be possible. Enemy too deep inside their own towers. But that is a very, very bad moment here, because Peak to Plummet just got baited out, and that was so obvious. That was so obvious. Someone was hiding in. There's no way Apex will be getting so aggressive without that. But oh, Throne of the Ruins coming in as well. Not enough damage on the follow, but it seems like Anti will still be falling down. And Kaja with that punishment. Kakarot falls down as well. Phantom Steed coming through. Enemy is really low. Abhi is forced to try and go back, but he does not even have the flicker available. He will fall as well. He actually burned the flicker, but it was not really enough. He did not go through the wall there. And now, okay, Radium. Is he trying to go in for a 1v2? Oh, he does not really go in there. But that's a mid lane that will fall right now, it seems. But Radium tries to go and defend it. He will be able to defend it because the enemy has just backed off. They do not want to go for the mid lane. Probably looking for the Lord right now, but I don't think the death timers are too long to try and go for that Lord right now. I think it's more of a better option to just farm up, I guess. What do you think, Sasuke?
They had a goal lead of 5.7k, around 6k almost, and it's definitely half with that one, overcommitment. And Peak definitely punished it hard. Like, they need to provide, or they need to look out for the divine judgment that Chip has, because it is the only factor or the key which could change down the tide. Because inside the towers, you're definitely not immortal unless and until you have the Pharaohs with the Netherrealm. But in this game, it does not, and so you need to respect the divine judgment alongside the another swan dance coming in from Savage Warrior. But look at that uncontested Lord. Seems like this could be the potential. There is the Phantom Steed.
And there it goes. A lot of damage being done here. Lord wide open though. Who will get this? Who will get the retribution? And it's Boring who steals the Lord away. Kakarot. And with that, members falling down though. He will be able going down as well into the hands of Abhi. But that is 3 members down. But they get the Lord at least. They will survive a bit longer. But IQ said he will to try and take this opportunity to get some structures on the map. Apex opening up that portal of his, and it will be able to get down someone. It's Eden Hazard who falls there. And that is somebody at least going down right now. IQ said you were still able to get members even without the Lord. This Lord will able to, keep Peak to Plummet in the game for a while. But the goal, the aggression is still in favor of IQ City. They have the map control as well. And Yoon Chip is not really having a good time. Tamus is dealing so much damage. True damage is piercing through all their HP bar.
They might have won the small war, but they did not have. They might have won the small fight, but they did not have won the war, which is happening in the game number 1. 20-8K scoreboard with again a 6.2 goal lead right into the hands of IQSHUL. Seems like this could be the potential, and that is down with the burst coming in from.
Kakarot very, very low. Take a look at the damage coming from the carry as well. Carry is kind of getting, getting fed as well at the moment. He probably has his hands on at least 2 items. Oh, there comes the Throne of the Ruins. True members immobilized there, but no problem at all. They'll be able to escape as well. All that they need to look for right now is Eden Hazard on that ultimate. Carry is the main source of damage that Peak to Plummet has to rely on. Savage Warrior, on the other hand, not really the best Odette game, I would say, but man, if it was actually a Chip and an Odette, I would have really loved to see it as well. Because like Odette and Chip, they just complement each other, right? With that ultimate and even that swan song of hers.
That's right. And looking at the itemization, for the damage aspect we've been constantly saying is just because of that. Like, even the side lanes, they have made down 1 item at least. For the side of Amos, he has that corrosion side to continuously slow down with every hit, and with the ultimate is basically the monster. I don't know, he's dealing a tremendous amount of damage, and also with the vengeance, he might be able to kill down the carry in a 1v1 situation.
Yep, definitely. That is something that they're looking for right now. Like you said, you will make it really, really good. Let's see who gets this one. Oh, there comes Divine Judgment. Anti really low, forcing out the Vengeance. But Eden Hazard gets the kill. Phantom Steed coming in as well. Portal has been opened out. Throne of the Ruins targeting the Kakarot. And Kakarot will fall as well. That is a fight that went in favor of Peak to Plummet. And now they have the opening that they're looking for. The enemy jungler is down. The enemy EXP laner is down. If they want, they can go for the Lord. Lord is going up as well. This is the best timing. This is the best ever moment in the game that IQ Peak to Plummet has had till now. But oh my god, look at the positioning of this goal laner. What is he doing here? He should go for the Lord. Apex here. Okay, 5 minutes on the cooldown timer. They are not able to get the Lord. Radium goes down though. There's the Freya down right now. If they want, they can go for 3-5. Nabi, Eden Hazard going right into the bush. Where Nabi, the Piercer comes through and he gets the kill.
Shortcut right
at the same time. Oh my god, Swan Song. And with that, look at Anti as well. They're going in on that. Oh, Savage Warrior going in as well. Savage Warrior getting taken down. Anti, Throne of the Ruins, does not find any connection onto anyone. And this fight, which was looking in favor of Peak, just going in favor of IQS8UL as things have turned around. NT with his ultimate right now. He wants to go for Yunchip. The cancer go through, taking so much true damage from the blades, from the sky of NT. He's already fallen down. And that default able to escape with that flowing blood. Oh my god, what a throw that was. Peak to Plummet, everything was fine on paper for them, but somehow IQS8UL still do not give it away to them.
Well, that was definitely not a complete throw, because no, they did not anticipate the position coming in from Abhi, because he was hiding in very clean spot. Like he was waiting for his moment. Like, hey, carry is on that lane and he will be coming through this, and on spot, like when the countdown timer hits 0, when Anti along with Kakarot were respawned, at that exact moment he used down the shortcut, allowing his team to turn the tides from 1v5 to 3v5, and with Lunox killing out the carry, the damage potential was gone. The Savage Warrior, he could not do anything all on his own, and this might be the Lord, or this might be the final push which IQSATUL is looking for. With the game number 1 in the hand, Divine Judgment already being used.
Wow.
Play coming in from Kakarot.
Divine Judgment completely wasted there by Chip. And the mid lane falling down. They want to take this Lord towards their tower. But then take a look at the damage coming through. Oh, Kakarot actually getting very, very low. And there it comes. Here it comes, the Stone of the Ruins, Swan Song, everything has been used. There are a lot of damage coming in from the side of Peak to Plummet. Solar Beast still able to get a kill though. And Soul Radiant coming in as well. Eden Hazard going down first. Chip, and it's going to be Default, the only member standing right now. Just 2 or 3 more minions. The death timers are very long. They want to end it right now. They do not want to give away this game at all. They know this is the moment. They know that when the enemy comes back alive, they might be able to defend this. And that's why they're going all in for this Alice. The Alice still sustaining through. But Radium is able to get him down. And with that, they have the base and they have the game. IQS said you will win the first one.
My oh my, absolute brutality. And the Land of Dawn was completely covered in the blood of Peak to Plummet. You know, that was, I think this was the most brawlest match which IQSAT will been performed, because they usually go with the complete objective focus kind of a gameplay, but in this time it was completely opposite. They are taking fights, making sure the blood is spilled from not our bodies but from the enemies. And look at that, complete demon Soul Abi MVP team, total domination from his side. And the last, the thing where it went overboard was the time when he was able to position himself in a perfect push, waiting for carry to come and be his midnight dinner.
Definitely. What a game it was for IQS and UL, coming in very, very strong in the first match, already, making a statement for themselves as to why they are the number 1 team at the moment, of course. One of the number 1 teams, of course. And honestly speaking, this game was so much good that I feel like even Big Diplomat are not really disappointed, because their opponents just played so much better. And in that moment where they won that fight, when it became a 3v5, I feel like they should have went for the Lord. But instead of doing that, they overextended it. They did not really pay attention to the map. Abi was in a very, very good position to hunt down the carry. And Eden Hazard walking right into the trap, just like a mouse. And that's why IQS and UL, they are where they are. Of course, one of the top teams in India at the moment, and they exactly showed why. Coming to the statistics though now, which guy is going to be Soul Radium, of course, the impeccable goal laner, the standard for every goal laner in India at the moment. SAUL Radium, at the same time carry SAUL Abhi. And I mean, everyone knows why, because this guy is, of course, the best at what he does, the best at the job in the mid lane. You can always rely on this guy. Sandbag being default, Alice, man, he did try his best, but the wingman is, of course, going to be SAUL Apex. And man, why did I say that he's going to pick up the chip? Because he saw that there's nothing on the enemy that's going to prevent him or stop him when he picks up a chip. And that's what he went. That's what he did with this draft.
Well, that's true, but there is one thing, expect the unexpected. Instead of waiting for a valuable potential, he could, the Kaja could use the Divine Judgment over to the chip before he could use the full shortcut, and forcing him inside the tower, and with the help of carry, he could probably melt down with the Black Swan, just in case if the other members of SCT will try to help him out or do something about it. But the game is a game. We are moving on to the game number 2 this time. Peak will be on the blue side, taking on SATUL onto the red side. Game number 2 for this team. Kalia being banned out, Zushin as usual. Perhaps this time, we might be seeing something about it, because I don't usually see that there was a gap into the draft, because both the team draft were equally good. It's just that minor mistakes or the macro positioning or unexpected appearance of the Lunox from the push was the surprising element which Peak needs to be, taking care of in the game number 2.
Definitely. The element of surprise is always something that comes into play whenever you play against IQ well, especially because of the roamer, which is Mr. Apex here. He likes to use the bushes. At the same time, his teammates as well have really, adapted to the playstyle that Apex does, and that's why as well they have become really good with the bushes. But right now, guess what? The one who needs to come out and become victorious in order for IQSADUL to delay, to delay IQSADUL to get their match point is Peak to Plummet. They have to step up right now, and they have to step up really quick because this game is going to be an important one. IQSADUL on match point, and then they'll be only one step away from securing their spot in the bracket finals. And that's why tonight, Peak to Plummet, this is going to be the game where they cannot experiment. They have to go with what works for them. Let it be anything. Even if it's a Layla pick, even if it's a Mia Hanabi, doesn't matter. In the mid lane, if it's going to be even a Eudora, a Eudora, a Vexana, doesn't matter. Just go with whatever works for you and play your best game. That's the only way Peak to Plummet can have a chance at winning against IQSADUL and denying them the match point that they're looking for right now. They want to end this game early. They definitely want to go into the finals as soon as they can. Momentum is always a big factor, and right now they have it.
That's well said. But look at that pass coming in from Peak. Like this time they prioritized Freya because even out of that whole fight, Radium was the one who did manage to cause them a big problem. So banning out Freya is that, but is it enough to stop this madness from Radium? Because Masha is still open. Some teams been prioritizing him over to the marksman into the gold lane, and also you might never know, something new might pop up this time in the gold lane. If not a marksman, perhaps a fighter.
Definitely, man. I mean, some people have been prioritizing the Masha right now. I'm not really sure though as to what could come out, right? They already banned out the Uranus and the Yuzong. Just wondering as to why these bans have come in. Okay. Grok, very obvious, of course, in this meta right now. It works really well. Can go for it. Always a safe pick to go for. Knockup is there, damage is there. But yeah, you do need that river control as well. You get that with the Grok, but you need a supporting mage now. What do you go for? What is your idea, Sasuke?
A Kimi or Fasha would work, but hey, is the damage more enough to melt down this Esmeralda? Perhaps carry along with Fasha is a proper answer for Peak along with the Grok.
Yep. Carry is a very good answer, but it did not really work out in the last match. And the thing is, if you do not pick up the mid lane Farsa immediately, right, enemy will get their hands on the far side. It's so hard when you're having a Farsa up against a carry because the range is just so much that you cannot really handle, right? And you gotta depend more on your frontliners to try and zone out the Farsa so that the carry can get the space to deal damage. But right now, looking at this draft, I really feel like they might go for something else. And okay. They go for the CC and the Zatian here. Yep, trying to deny the Farsa. But yeah, I mean, trying to deny the Farsa, does it mean you're going for a carry? I think so. What do you think? I think IQSADUL will be very wise if they ban out the carry in the second phase.
That's probably going to be happening, or is something which IQSADUL would be considering into the options. But what if, the big if, like they pick the carry for themselves, but seeing the team composition of the pick, it doesn't seem that way. They prioritize the Kadita, the sneaky assassin, matches this hero perfectly for SHULB. The way he played Lunox, imagine what he can do with this Kadita. A 5-man setup with a rough waves, maybe a savage for this guy.
I mean, I won't be surprised either at all if a savage comes up this match, because the Kadita is known to be a killing machine, and when a B gets his hand on this, it's a nightmare. You probably think it's a mage, it's a mid laner, but the way he plays it seems more like an assassin, right? At the same time, now coming into the second phase, like I was saying, IQSADUL, they could be banning out the carry, because that is a hero that is so broken in this current meta, just because of the damage potential it has against the tanky lineup, and the fact that it's a fighter meta right now, it helps you even more to melt down the enemies as soon as you get the power spike when you get those items, when you get the Trinity open. So yeah, with that, okay, it's a Guinevere right now. Maybe it's a jungle, denying the jungle role here, but denying the Guinevere. They already have the Yi Sun Shin. They could went for a Hayabusa actually,
like
but
banning
I
out
don't
anywhere
understand.
so that enemies can't pick. So even though they don't ban out the carry, a Baksha is a really good ban coming in from IQS at 12, making sure they don't go for this Baksha. Banning out Baksha does it mean like they are prioritizing another fighter into the goal lane since they already have the Yi Sun Shin for the jungle? The marksman is already
Uh,
locked up. Is good with early to mid, not in super late. His damage is okayish.
I mean, I feel like the reason why Abaksha is banned is just because in the team fights, it's not really. He's too tanky, right? He's too tanky too tanky to be taken down by anyone on this side of IQS City. Well, at the same time, the anti-heal just allows you to play much better against the Esmeralda. So yeah, that's probably the reason why this Abaksha is getting banned here. But now, let's look at how many junglers are open right now. I feel like the Hayabusa is open, Fredrin is open, Leomord is open, but what do you go for up against a Yi Sun Shin? Yi Sun Shin is probably the best jungler right now, in my opinion. So I feel like doesn't matter what you go for, it's going to be a losing matchup. So I feel like goal lane is going to be more important here for Peak to Plummet, and I believe a Grandeur could really work out really well here if played right. They already have this. They already have two utilities in the mid lane which can really control the game really well. It's a Zatian and a Grok. Pair it up with this Granger and a Fredrin. I think it's good to go, I guess. What do you think about that?
Even if they go for a Granger, they won't be having a potential answer for that Esmeralda. It's going to be too tanky, so a carry is a viable option. If not carry, a Claude is also a good, but against a rough face thing, I'm not quite sure. That's the joy when speaking about what works. They answer it with a joy. I was thinking about Suyo or perhaps a Leo mode because fighter once he gets the snowball, pair it up with this kind of a crowd control, it works really well. But they want to go with an assassin. Make sure that with the beats they could be melting down the backliners, Yi Sun Shin especially alongside with the Esmeralda. 9 seconds remaining. A carry or a Sora. It's going to be a Sora. So it's a CC onto the gold lane and Sora into the EXP lane.
I'm not really sure about how to.
What are the odds? I was exactly going to say, like, what are the odds if Anti pulled out a Vexana, Valentina into the EXP lane?
I mean, it was kind of called for, I would say. I am not really sure about what Peak Diplomat are thinking right now, but yeah, let's see. It's a draft that would probably work if you have a good synergy, but it's a draft that is very experimental. It has a huge potential to come collapsing right at you because it does not really have enough range. It's all melee heroes. The only one that has range here is Zetian, and she's not the best one to, I would say, to deal damage, I would say. So because the enemy also has a lot of mobility, right? And against against the mobile lineup, the Zetian does not really perform the way it's supposed to. And that's why I am not really sure about how this draft is going to work out for Peak to Plummet. So yeah, with that, Sasuke, what do you think about this?
I mean, they do have a chance, but they need to play their cards very safe because they need to send 1 or 2 members as a sacrificial lamb in order to win or gain or get something out of the fight. But who would be the prioritizing if they want to throw the Sora or they want to throw down the CC as a chopping block for their victory? Because they do have a tech charge, they do have the whole torrent form from the Sora, and also the ultimate coming in from the Zacian. So they do have a lot of crowd control, and I believe with the Joy and also the Thunder form coming in from Sora, they do have the burst damage, not essentially to deal or delete down the Esmeralda, but perhaps they could at least just burst down Kakarot out of the picture.
Definitely, man. They gotta burst down Kakura out of the picture as soon as possible because you know that this guy is going to be the biggest menace that you can face. My God, look at him. He's so much dominant already such early into the match. And yep, there's going to be a very, very big threat in itself. As you can see, level 2 on both sides, except for, of course, that Grok on the roam. And Default here trying to deny some minions, trying to deny some farm. Everyone, NT will try his best. Oh, keep things ever. Oh, there it comes. The wall has been. Oh, knockup being used as well. Boring. Will he go down? Does not feel like that. Petrify being used here by Abhi. But Abhi could be very, very low and he'll be getting taken down. First blood secured here by Default. And Peak to Plummet get an opening that they always wanted in the first game.
Mm-hmm. Even Chip quite low, but he's trying to gain something out of it. Might not be the case. He falls down to Chip as he munch him away like a crunchy chip.
Definitely, man. Who does not want to, have some crunchy chips and get back all that HP? And I think, man, I don't think there's, anybody better using the chip than, of course, Apex and, of course, Art as well. It is in India at least, Right now, damn, look at Eden Hazard. He's performing really well against the Esmeralda. Not really losing out in the laning phase. And at the same time, SAD will anti here. Now that he has got his hands on the ultimate of the Sora, things are going to look interesting in this first turtle fight. Who do you think this first turtle fight could go against?
It really depends on how well they position itself, but looking at the map and control coming in from IQ SHUL, they are looking forward with the uncontested turtle and the burst coming in from both mid and the jungler. It is an easy peasy turtle without any contest. Even though Valentina didn't manage to zone out with the IMU copying down the torrent form of Sora ultimate.
Definitely copying that ultimate and making sure that the enemy is always, remaining in check. Abhi, rough waves already used out. Petrify combo coming in as well. Oh, now there it comes. The damage piercing through from the Sora's ultimate. And that will be able to get one kill. Radium already down. Gold laner is down first. Pick the Plummet. They're probably playing it right. Just like you said. Play your cards safe and you might be able to win the match. That's exactly what's happening. But Sasuke, do not forget, they have a Yi Sun Shin who is farming up much, much more quickly than the enemy Joy. Take a look at that.
And the enemy
Take a look
Nice
at that.
and the enemy Joy is something
not-
that is
Even aware. They're not even aware.
that could be the potential fight which not IQSHL is looking forward, but hey, it's been spotted out. With that, missing. I think it was just because of the missing thing. Like he was being spotted out. Else it could be a shortcut and an absolute devastating bloody crop. Again, there is a shortcut. Members coming out.
Boring Adamura going down. And the tech charge coming through. Apex really stranded away from his teammates. But I don't think there's enough damage on this Grok and the Zetian to take him down. Oh my God, Apex. What a clutch play it will be if he escapes this. But no, Default does not allow him to get that clutch play. My goodness, but that was a really good effort, I would say.
Neutral objective has been. There's rough waves connecting towards position.
Damn, that was a full combo from the Kadita. How did that Zetian survive? I don't know. Because of the passive, I guess, but is Zetian actually that tanky?
No, it's not tanky. Just about when Kadita was about to use rush, this rough waves, she was pushed away, so the damage was not up to the mark which she would be at. But again, look at the IMU torrent form coming in, controlling down the whole members of Peak.
But Anti going in too deep to try and secure a kill. He'll be going down as well. Tech charge coming through. Helps Default escape there. And Yunchi with a clutch play. But now, 4 members inside the tower. Can he still survive? The Sora still trying his best. But he will be falling down to the hands of SADUL Radium. Apex low right now. Eden Hazard might be able to get a kill. But take a look at that. He's able to escape it still. But no, he does not escape. Eden Hazard still takes him down. But that's 1-for-1 trade. But another one taken down here by SADUL Radium. Yunchi falling. There's a lot of damage being done here. SADUL Radium will be falling. He uses the sprint to get away. Eden Hazard as well, taking a lot of damage. But yo, Eden Hazard. Oh my god. That's not a good way to die. He would have actually survived that, but only if he, did not overextend.
Well, comparing down to the goal mark again, that is Thunderform coming in, trying to boost out, but that damage is not more than enough. Yunchip do manage to get a kill with the tech charge. Not much resources there, forced to disengage, but there's a CC trying to poke, trying to burst, trying to make IQSHUL retreat from their own jungle. But I think that was a steal.
Yeah, I think he did, steal that away. Okay. It's coming through. My goodness, NT! He survives! Oh my god! That was such a clutch moment there. I think he held on to that second skill till the last moment. And finally he was like, nah, I don't think this damage is, I think this damage might actually take me down. So he just decided to use that second skill away. But man, that was really close. Joy kind of dealing damage, but still not enough. Damage is under control because IQSD will still have the map control. They have the goal lead as well. Not enough to show for all that aggression, but yep, still enough to just keep them alive in the game. Peak to plummet now though. The fact that they've not been losing this game too hard, even with this I would say no range lineup, I still feel like things can turn around the moment one nice ultimate comes out from Apex.
That's true, but also into the late game, I'm looking forward to how are they going to melt down, the radium and also the anti if he decides to go with the tanky item build on the Valentina. But again, shortcut might be the thing. There's the ultimate being popped out. Rough wave spin there. Kakarot 2 secures the tower. The turtle.
Whoa! My god. Hey, boring here, trying to run away, my god. Look at that movement speed coming in. Oh, could there be an outplay? No, that will not happen. Kakarot seals the fate of that Joy with his bow and arrow. And that is what exactly a Yisenshin is known for. The bow and the arrow and the sword as well. And now though, weapon mastery coming in as well. That's being used at the level best because Kakarot, as you know, the one of the best junglers in India at the moment. But his throne being challenged by godlike Ivan, Who do you think could be winning out this entire tournament actually? Sasuke, just make your predictions right now. Who do you think will win the tournament? SADUL, godlike, or someone else?
I can't really say because I'm the man who judged people from the draft itself and this time both the teams are drafted really well, and also Pick is somehow doing better than they were in the game number 1, because even though the goal lead is 1.9k, the time is 8.8 minutes. It's still into their favor. One good move or one good play, if they play it very, very properly, they could still win this fight. And it all will start in, I think, the 35 seconds when the Lord spawns, and things will be quite hasty onto the power lanes and also around the Lord pit. Looking at the itemization, INT did manage to take down the brute force breastplate alongside the Oracle. Is going with the tanky boy, the front liner of the sustained. Apex might be in some trouble. There is the electrifying beats being popped out from boring.
Whoa, finally. Oh, 3-man, 2-man, petrify combo. Not the 3-man, but man, it's still enough to try and cause some damage. There it comes. The heavens have answered the prayers. Savage Warrior takes on a B, and this is the fight that Peak to Plummet are looking for. It seems to be an advantage, but Kakarot finally arrives. SADUL Apex falling as well. Double kill coming in for Savage Warrior. They get the defense. They get 2 for 1. But now they're looking for more. No, will they find it? Seems like Raydem is turning things around here. The 3v1 situation. He's still going inside the tower and he still survives. But oh, the damage coming through. Not really enough. Yunchip, though, he'll fall to the hands of Anti as Anti seals the deal for that Grok. And it's a 1 or 2 trade. But it's still in favor of IQSADUL.
It's still in favor. The Lord is still intact. No touching down on the Lord. And again, Peak are looking forward. That's a beautiful Thunder form coming in, and that damage coming in from Joy. Electrifying beats alongside the rough wave. Seems like that will not be the case as Abhi just snipes down 2 of the members from Peak.
Oh.
Yep, I mean, nothing much to say. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, what is happening right now? IQS and UL, you gotta slow things down. Come on. You are not allowed to do that. What is that, Apex? What is that? That is too disrespectful. I mean, see,
Sasuke, I would understand him doing that when his teammates have all their skills ready, but he's like, guys, just come. I trust that we can pull off this fight inside the enemy's inhibitor when the tier 2 is still open. Like, what are you thinking, bro? But the thing is, they still got away with that. There is no punishment whatsoever as well. What is Peak to Plummet doing, Sasuke?
I think like they are trying to go with the farming things because right now with few seconds ago Joy was able to get the holy crystal, so the damage will be there, and I think one tech charge is all Peak needs to just turn the tides. Shortcut being used as the thing coming in from IPS. 3 members out. There's the torrent form being used from Vexa, the Valentina.
They are arriving very late, just trying to bait out everything before the Lord comes in, and yep, there it is. They get the tower. This tower is defended thanks to the holy shield as well, coming in clutch. So yeah, they do not miss out on any minions. They do not get any inhibitors, and I think that's the good news that Peak to Plummet have to be satisfied with for now. But IQS and UL, there's no, they're not willing to give up without a fight. They want to go in for aggressive. They want to go in for this inhibitor. Radium, NT looking for the opening, a B as well. But they won't find any here. They won't find an opening.
Inval Radium just being Radium. 7.2k goal lead in the hands of IQS at UL. Looking forward to end or try to poke around with the damage they have with the Kadita, so along with the Kakarot, aka Yi Sun Shin. The thing is, like, even though you don't have the shortcut, you always have the frontliner in the form of Esmeralda, and look that the constant poke coming in from them and just waiting for the right opportunity, like when the rough waves can connect, and also the crowd control from the Kadita is there. Mountain Shocker lands on, and there is the falling star moon. And if they've defended out all well, IQS at UL might be able to pull again. Mountain Shocker land on. There's the ultimate coming.
There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of combinations, but there is Arsenal, SADUL B, and there comes Apex. There's a lot of damage being done, the knock-up coming through, SADUL NT gets the kill. Radium as well coming in for the backup. They're able to survive, all the members except NT though. And Radium being stuck inside the tower, falling star moon to get away. Damn, this game just getting exciting and exciting by the minute. But now, this is probably going to be the last Lord of the game. Probably going to be, but the fact that the inhibitors are still alive, if Peak to Plummet plays it right, they can try and get it alive. But SADUL Radium too deep inside the inhibitor tree, too much damage coming in from default. Apex does not use the portal, holds on to it, still waiting for that right moment. Realizes that his teammates are not ready this time around, and he won't force the issue. But IQ SADUL right now, Sasuke, what do they have to do and end the game? Because they also realize that the later this game goes, it's only going to get harder. There's a lot of good lane clear on their side, and the fact that they have the Joy who moves so fast across the map, they're just able to clear those lanes before they make it there, right? So, Peak to Plummet, even in the late game, I don't really see them winning it out as well. They do not really have a marksman, they don't really have the best late game heroes. So, I don't really know either how are Peak to Plummet going to win this.
It depends on which kind of heroes you are probably targeting, because they don't seem to find out which is a high valuable target. Because Kakarot could be the one, but he's not in the team fight. He comes at the last moment trying to do the cleaning job, and in the midst of it, while all the resources being used out from the Peak, he goes and that's a Mountain Shocker. Lord's been marching down. There's top inhibitor taken out. A full kitted build coming in from Radium. That is the Ice Queen wand. The final item, he gets it to just slows down the enemy and tries to bully them more.
Yes, and now they're trying to defend this last inhibitor with everything that they have, and they're able to do it. They lose 2 inhibitors. Petrify combo, boring Adamura. Going down to the hands of SADUL B. also known as Asuna, aka. And now, coming to the next wave. Let's see. SNUL, IQ SNUL are looking for it. They want to end it. The stun coming through, and it gets the kill. Savage Warrior gets the shutdown as well. A lot of damage being done here, but is it enough to take everyone down? They have a lot of sustain as well at the same time, but now they have to clear the minions. SNUL Radiant piercing through the damage. A lot of damage being done here onto Eden Hazard, and this. Look at that. Look at Apex just pushing down that tower desperately. They decide it is still not time to end the game. Let's back off. But Radium, is he trying to force the issue here? Does not seem to be the case. They will back off and they will show discipline here. IQ said well, but take a look at that. Anti will be able to get away. But now he could be the one in trouble. Uses the flicker. No, he does not. He actually holds on to it. But now Radium trying to go for the clapback. But now the waves are crashing in as well. Chip really low. He will be falling down, it seems. A lot of damage being done. You're forced to use the tech charge to get away.
The one final thing which I was able to say, like, hey, hold your horses, there is a way. With the tech charge, they will manage to able to burst down Kakarot and also be out of the picture. But the fact remains the same. How are they going to play melting down? But again, a big team fight coming in. There's a shortcut.
Here it goes. The combo coming through from, oh my god, Morning Adamura going down once more. The Sora, the anti with the fist of the winds, and with that, he will be the one going down instead because Kakarot arrives to the scene, makes sure that he's deleted. And just one member standing, which is Savage Warrior. I don't think it's going to happen. There is no way he can defend this all alone. And IQS and UL are going to force the end of this game.
The fact remains the same. Even at the end, how are they going to solve the Esmeralda problem? Because even in the end, she was having so much shield, so much sustain, and even the damage coming in from Mage alongside the Joy was not able to do enough. Even though you crowd control him and try to go with the burst, with the whole team composition, it was still not enough. They did manage to try to overcome with the tech charge, melting down Kakarot alongside a B out of the picture, but they were not able to do. They were not able to burst down the Esmeralda, and out of that, the sustainability was out of the picture.
Definitely, man. Like Esmeralda helping so much to sustain, and that's the thing, right? When you want to pick up a Yi Shin, you go with this double fighter lineup, and double fighter works out so well. And the fact that they picked up this Sora and gave away the Valentina, I'm not really sure what Peak Diplomat were thinking, because everyone knows if you want to pick up the Sora, you have to ban out the Valentina. But guess what? They did not do that, and that's where they lost their edge in the EXP. They already lost it in the jungle as well, since they gave away the Yi Shin and picked up a Joy instead of it. So yeah, the cards not really played right, I guess. At least, of course, in the draft, right? So coming to the next match, it will be really interesting to see as to how Peak to Plummet will try and make a comeback if possible. Because I don't really see a way how they're going to, win this one out if they are not really winning in the drafting phase, at least.
What a situation for Peak to Plummet. I agree with you, and it was not a flawless draft. It was a good, but the thing is they don't had any late game insurance to burst down the Esmeralda sustainability. Even though you get the dominance eyes in your hand, in your kit, even if 5 of them do it, you need something as a continuous poke which is always onto that, which will be able to just crack the shield of the Esmeralda. And I think, like, if they want to go with this kind of a draft, they need to aim or achieve, like, hey, we need to hit or end it within 10 to 12 minutes of the game, else it will be too hard to just melt down or just delete the Esmeralda out of the picture. They were able to melt a lot of them. Even Valentina was able to was able to die a few more times, so she was low on HP. She was forced to retreat, but Esmeralda was always standing them. As you can see, the carry SHUL Radium over the Esmeralda damage deal 76.305.
Wait, let's see. Let's take a look at this.
statistics section, Rich Guy, Carry, Sandbag, Wingman, Kakarot, SADUL Radium, Yoon Chip, all these guys here, they're really looking. I mean, take a look at the symmetry, right? Except for the Eason Shin. But Eason Shin here, being the rich guy, like I always say, it's a farmer, right? He's a farmer. He likes to farm the jungle as long as the game goes on. And yeah, that's what we have for this game. Sasuke and Fredo. Right now, Sasuke will be taking a short break as there will be a caster switch. And with that, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. Please stay tuned on this match because, of course, who knows? After the short break, Peak to Plummet might be able to make a comeback against IQS ATL because you never know what can happen. You can never predict the future. So yeah, with that, we're taking a short break. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned on Rise Star and Gyan Gaming Cup.
He was just walking right into his line of fire.
Strikes midnight. Lots of people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's a whole other just
lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire. won't let-
Hi guys, we're back again after 2 wins, direct wins coming through from the side of Aku S8UL, and now Peak are still in a very dangerous spot. They need to find at least 1 win to try to drag this game into the third game. But here we are into the third match right now. The drafting is already set in S8UL. They have a first pick, and Peak they have the second pick. So Esmeralda, Kimi, Ben already, and the Jushin as well. So what do you think, Sasuke?
It's a pretty good ban, given the fact that how SHU have been performing, and also it's quite valid. Like if you're a second pick team, you need to ban out the Zushin unless and until you're able to gamble it out. Like, hey, give a Zushin and ban a priority hero, which is much more worth Zushin ban. Then no team is gonna to go for it. But that's the situation. But hey, also a Valentina ban would be a possible Sura first pick coming in from the side of SHUL. Perhaps not, but there is a chance like SHUL could probably go for the Grok since Kalia is out of the picture. But for the response, like the Peak could go with the YSS along with the Sora. There's no option like Valentina could be being secured from the side of SHUL.
They are trying to set up a bit of a Sora pick coming through, and I think Peak shouldn't fall for that. And yeah, they directly went for the Yuzhong here. This is a special pick for the side of D4. He's the XP laner for Peak, of course, and I think he's really comfortable under this hero. When push comes to shove, he usually went to pick up this, and I think that's gonna be a comfort here. And a great mention that you said onto the Yi Shinshin. I think the Yi Shinshin can also be working here. They can completely ignore the Sora, because I feel like SHL they try to counter the Sora by giving it away. And yeah, talking about the Kaza here, I think Yoon chipped. He's specialized in pick off heroes, right? So I think it is a very comfortable hero for them now that they ban away the Kalea. They need at least a bursty hero. So there we go. Sora picked away by SHL. They did not fall for anything here.
Well, they do have the option to secure Yi Sunshin if they really want to go with that. But given the fact that there's a Kakarot, and with the final clean sweep kind of a thing, it gives me that Kakarot will be going with a Fanny, just showcase and lock it down. But hey, it's a classic Yi Sunshin being locked out for the side of IQ SHUL. Now onto the response, like there is a thing like which you could go, and I was going to talk about the carry, a classic, because it's a do or die situation for the Peak. So even if they don't want to outdraft or outclass, they would still prefer like, hey, let's just give it our best, let's just pick all the comforts we can get and just seal the deal. If we win, it's a game, or else it's a 3-0, because right now I might be facing a lot of pressure with this do or die situation in their hand.
Now with the Yi Shinshin pick, the Sora became a flex for the side of SHUL. So Peak is in a very bad position here. They cannot really ban away the marksman now, because the Sora can go either into the hands of NT or Redeem too, and that kind of make the unpredictability very advantageous for SHUL. So without taking any risks, I think it's good. It should be better if they ban away all of those mages that P is definitely going to be comfortable on. But then again, they're going to be letting go of a lot of XP heroes too. So Uranus is what they want to ban here, even though it could have been mazes here, but I think they just don't want the big flexes to come true, because both Radium and NT play the Uranus. Kadita ban, no insta burst right now for the side of Savage Warrior. Again, they do still have the Farsa, so if they want to go for the Farsa, it's gonna be a little bit too tricky. But then again, they're gonna need at least a good carry into the jungle. And then again, boring Adamura is more of a assassin jungler rather than a utility, so I think that could also be a problem here. Lunox ban though, this is a mad respect for MP.
Oh, with the backshare ban out of the picture, alongside of Lunox, a possible jungle options is a Suyo against Yi Sunshin. If not, perhaps they could go and lock the seal with a Leo mode, but instead, as they Shen again this time.
Okay. I think they want a bit of... Okay, this kind of becomes a bit of a setup from Peak. They want to damage onto the jungle as well. So they pick out a bit of a utility into the mid side. No problem. But a P, wow, that's gonna be his signature pick. This guy really doesn't really surprise. Oh wow, wait a minute. Does this mean that this is gonna be a Yi Shenxin gold lane for Radium rather than for Kakarot? Wow.
Yes,
And now
it is.
it is. It is.
And Suyo,
Wow.
it is for the side of Pig to lock and seal the deal for their draft. One
Yep.
thing is like I'm uncertain about is there is a frontliner named Grok, and then you have Kaja. So
Yeah.
seeing the draft, they need to go or perform with a re-engage kind of a
Yeah.
draft, or is the one engage, and also if to give the provide the vision so that Skaja could use the divine judgment and lock any one of the priority targets. He might be the bait, or he might be able to die it quickly without even using the Black Dragon form, because there is a lot of burst potential which you can use out with the tech charge.
I think this should be a good deal for Yunchip if he have a good setup for the goal in here. The whole lineup for the side of Peak is made to play for the carry here. Eden Hazard, he's not gonna be the only pro footballer here. He's gonna be good onto the marksman as well, so he'll be able to win onto the goal lane against a Yi Shen who is gonna be having the range advantage as well as the passive. I think there are so many people who abuse the passive of a Yi Shen into the goal lane with second build, second item onto the endless battle as well. I think it can really work out here for the side of SHL. They have a very, very comfortable mid lane to not much of a clearance, right? Because the Z10 will be having the better clearance. So let's see how game number 3 is gonna be going out. So ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the land of Dawn. IQS Duel will be going against Peak into game number 3. Match point for SHL, and look at the emblems though, Sasuke. Nothing too serious, right?
Nothing too serious, nothing out of the ordinary, unless and until it is the goal lane Yi Shin. He's running on to the Titan emblem, making sure he gets, the spell vamp, which each basic attack and each passive he use it. So pretty sure, like into mid lane, they are trying to fight for the power, fight for the control. Seems like Abi is going to be in situation. First blood alt been drawn.
A little bit too aggressive, I would say. I mean, of course, Kagura, you want to be as aggressive as possible because you have a lot of ways to survive. Blinks that you can utilize, a Purify as well. But Apex, though, might be taken down quite low. YouTube still have the Flicker, will not try to go in because, of course, it's going to be a Grok after. It's going to be tanking to the early stages of the game, especially with the passive available for him.
Seemed like that could be the case, but again, a CC, not a CC, okay, that I thought like it was a CC, but anti versus a Yuzhong is going to be a bad situation because Yuzhong do manage to take it out onto the Sora until he's level 4. So it's quite easy like how he's able to zone him, but it all comes to this point like, hey, the first turtle is going to be the tide up. We do have the right opportunity to go for the turtle. This is because Sora is out of the HP, he needs to recall. If not, then he will be able to first to drop out of the chopping block.
Black Dragon form already used up the way by default here, trying to zone away Kakarot from the turtle here. This should be a good turtle take for the side of Boring under that Hamura, but Freedom getting solo kill onto the bottom lane by Azar, but never mind. There's gonna be a Phantom Steel coming through onto the other side. Soul NT trying to go in onto Unity, have to flicker away, still surviving, but onto the other side it's gonna be Boring under Hamura, who's gonna be taken down into the jungle by Kakarot right now. They wanna go in still, but there's not much of a damage that can come through from NT onto the other side here. 2-1 is the score, but the solo kill onto the bottom lane side can eventually be in favor for the side of Peak here.
That's true. They do Peak to manage to take out the neutral objective into their hands, but they lost the fight after it. Even though that damage did not cause them, the goal lead is still in their hands with 1.1k goal lead, but it's not that enough. With 1 or 2 kills, I think SHL will be able to do it. Okay, that's a flicker tech charge being used, but not connecting it alongside the Phantom Steed. That is big resources being used. So Peak do have the bigger opportunity with this kind of information. They could probably punish the goal lane or perhaps the mid lane. because I think that the divine judgment is still there for Yoon Chip.
Yin Chip, one divine judgment is all it takes. That's going to be a wall onto Savage Warrior. He still have the passive. He's able to be poked away by a P right now, so they have to be really, really careful still yet again. Onto the other side though, Eden, I think he's really very careful on how he's laning because he's sure that there will be a problem if he's get taken down because he's going to be the sole damage dealer here. But onto the top side, I think there might be a little bit of damage onto default right now, and he's still able to survive blinking away. But they have to cut out onto the lane so that the rotation is going to be much more easier because 20 seconds is what they have for the start of the turtle.
20 seconds is a lot more time with the without the ultimate coming in from Sora, they would be having a possible outcome that they will be able to steal this. They do have the Black Dragon Farm, also the Divine Judgment, but attack charge could define all of it. There's a Phantom Scheme for being forced out.
That's gonna be the Fury of the Phoenix coming through. Abby able to take one down. UT will be taken down as well. Default have to walk away. Not much of a damage that he can come through it, but that's gonna be NT trying to go in with the damages that he have right now. The crowd control coming in. The Asic Jewel still able to survive, but Eden will be grabbing a kill onto Abby right now. 1-for-1 is the trade of the kill, but this means the turtle will be in favor for the side of Pig finally for the first time in this series.
That's the second turtle Peak is able to get it, and on spot, like they punish down IQSHUL very bad for overstepping the limits, and then get to the neutral objective. And also this time, Kakarot might be in some trouble. There is the Apex looking forward for the tech charge.
Yep, I think that's going to be a nice peel that can come through here for the side of Apex here. Not trying to let his jungle down, but top lane, a bit of a 1v1 situation happening right now. Default still chased upon. He might have to walk away and be around the vicinity, not able to get out the damage is done. But looking at the emblem so far, Sky Piercer for Kagura. Look at that.
That's that. So just imagine, like, even the kill could lead to a total fatality, and one session stacked on to 80 or 50 stacks. It's a total decimation for carry, also Savage Warrior.
That is what they want to focus on a little bit with the flame sword as well. But the top lane, don't boarding Adamura trying to get a stun, and he have to survive the fan. Top steal coming through as well. That's going to be the Fury of the Phoenix trying to stun away the people here. The Cyrus do not end up boarding Adamura will be taken down up here with the double kill. That's going to be 2 kills down the line, and he's going to be having a stack onto the Sky Piercer as well. This looks like a win for the side of SHL Peak. They try to compensate out with the turret take onto the bottom lane. That's going to be the only compensation that they can find right now.
But on contrary, QSHUL do manage to take down the top tier tower. That was quite a low HP, and they do manage to survive. But no, in mid, like it's constant battle between the mid lanes. Like the engages and disengages coming in from that. The Divine Judgment is still there. I think the Speedy Light Wheels were used up from carry. Phantom Steed again being used up on the top lane. Yushang in some dire situation, but he do have Black Dragon Farm for the disengage.
Oh, Flicker! Divine Judgment coming through. That's going to be a combination coming in. Kakarot will be taken down by Boria Dawara. There's going to be a re-engage coming through from Apex here with a Tectonic Charge trying to get a little bit of a stun here and there, but Default still surviving. Fury of the Phoenix coming through as well, and he's still able to walk away. They are finding kills across the board, but it's going to be a trade out onto the turret, onto the bottom side from Radium. The turtle can be into the taking for the side of Pig again.
Neutral exotic did fall into the hands of Pig with the goal lead 1.7k, and they do manage to punish down Kakarot 0-1-4. Not an ideal score, but again, look at that petrify being used alongside the the Shah residue is the one that takes life of Radium onto the bot side, making the goal lead into the favor 2.7k again. And look at the itemization. Look at that Thunderbelt already been into the hands of Kaja, and perhaps is making down that the item which helps you to reduce down the ultimate cooldown.
That's definitely going to be enough for them. He's going to be able to stack up, but default onto the bottom lane. Might be getting 3-man gun down, but he does have the dragon form to try to go in. That's going to be boring, and Damura trying to jump in. The Furious Afina is coming through as well. He's going to be jumping on the 2 members. Apex still unable to survive. Going to be taken down with the Cockroach as well. But now NT trying to come in, stunning down to 2 members. He's going to be getting a lot of crowd control onto the other side. Radium still able to walk away, but default with the heal that he have on the spell of his, he's still able to walk out peak. There was a good turnabout of events here.
They say be careful of the dragon, and that is true. The Yuzhong is trying to create a havoc in this land of dawn and trying to be a nuisance for IQSHUL. A 2-4-0 was a trade for the previous battle, and with that goal lead always increasing in the hands of Peak. This time it looks like they are into the control, but one bad move could change the tide, because SHUL, they do have Apex, the tech charge is always there, and with the Sky Pierce in the hands of SHULB could change the very path of carry alongside this decision.
They are looking for a little bit of a target here. The Lightning Trenton already built away by Savage Warrior. That is going to be very, very good when he lands out the Fury of the Phoenix, because the passive actually jumps resonate onto every of the hero that is available. That's going to be a little bit of a vision coming through from Radiant right now. They are trying to go look for a bit of a good positioning here, because the Lord is already up. And even if they try to go for the contest, I don't think they can really do it. So Peak, they can actually take it, but the position coming through from the side of Apex though, he's trying to look for a little bit of an engage, but Yunchip don't want to start up here. Will be getting slain upon. There's gonna be a take coming to as well. Kakuro will be able to grab a kill onto boarding a Damura next to the topping block. It's gonna be Yunchip. It's gonna be the double kill coming through from the Leomar right now, but Apex will be falling down to the hands of Savage Warrior. They have 2 to 3, and the side of IQSHL, they are down very, very low. 2 of the damage dealer for the side of Pig still available. They do have a good setup, but they cannot really start onto the lot. Phantom Stick coming through as well. That's going to be another ultimate being used upon. No way Eden is able to go onto it. Savage Warrior not having all the ultimate just yet, but there's going to be NT trying to join it away, but the Retribution still able to help SHUL secure out onto this lot right there.
Just when we thought like Peak was on to the control, on to the driving seat, leading and dictating this game, it went sideways. The match started with the Divine Judgment trying to catch down a B, and he did manage to fall, but again, this time the Phantom Steed along with the ultimate coming in from Kagurata is the drag for Fury of the Phoenix.
Yep, they are trying to go in for more. Kakura will be taken down for Damura with that trade. He is able to grab out 2 kills already now. Peak, they are finding that trade out that they are looking for here. The lore might eventually be useless for the side of SHUL. Now, that's so uncharacteristic of them to try to go for the team fights when they know that they have the lore. They could have eventually taken onto this mid-tier turret, but yeah, but throw is a throw. That can happen to that happened to a bit of a blunder that they are gonna be losing out to the lore with.
Oh, look at that. Zhang trying to zone down Radium is quite chunk HP down. That's the chest side quadrant being getting kitted up onto the own chip. Oh, overall, even though they did manage to get a lot, but this time the upcoming lot, the final one, the deciding chapter for both the teams, because it's going back and forth again. Oh, Suyo might be in some trouble.
No, that's gonna be a Furious Runic coming through as well, boarding a Damura. That's a mistake, and he's gonna be taken down default. Trying to go with the Black Dragon right now. That's gonna be Yunti trying to get a bit of a Divine Judgment onto the members. Apex will be taken down, so his Warrior will be getting a double kill, a mega kill right there. He's trying to go in for more. That's gonna be the Ezra trying to get it for a kill. Default will be taken down as well. With the flicker though, trying to get a kill onto Radiant right now, but there's gonna be Anti trying to zone them away. He's gonna be able to knock him out. Savage Warrior with the flicker still able to survive. Eden able to grab another kill of his own, but he's gonna be getting shut down by Kakar. He's still onto the chase. That's gonna be the Phantom Shield coming through as well. Radiant trying to go in for more. He might be able to get out the damage. It's done, and it's gonna be Yunti taken down as well. 4 members down for the side of Pig. Only Savage Warrior was the one surviving. He's gonna be able to stand up. The damages are in a Radium. He's got to be careful. One more hit is gonna be enough for him to take down, but he's gonna be taken down. But boring a Damura perfectly entering onto that team fight.
Why? Oh, why? What is that? Back and forth team fight continues, and I think that this was the longest fight they had in the 3 games itself. It
Yep.
started with one team dominating, and then it was all over the place, players, all over the places, dead bodies, blood spill everywhere, and also just when like, hey, this is going to be the chase, and they're going to be taking out, and we're going to be on the victorious path, but it went sideways for IQSHUL and also for the pick. But still, the goal lead is in the hands of Peak alongside the Lord Dance. They are in a better position and better control, but look at that. I guess it's UL making their way.
They're doing a little bit of a low dance. That's going to be a Vision coming through from Radium here, trying to get a change out onto the mid lane side right now. But Yuntip though, he might be in trouble. That's going to be the Phantom Steer coming through as well. The Furious Safina is trying to help his team survive. But there might be a little bit of interest coming through. NT will be taking down Eden. Will be trying to go in for more. That's going to be a damage. Apex Reveal falling down as well. That's going to be the Master Shaker trying to land on the 2 members right there. But Peak finding 2 kills out of the board, which means that this Lord, they will be able to take it out unless Kakarot have another decision of his own, but hey, they did not really want to go in for that anymore. But Yunti, on the other hand, might be taken down very low. That's going to be the Yungan of return, and Abby will be able to grab another kill onto the side of Peak.
Phantom Steed being used. So look at that damage coming in from Default. Is looking for the kill over to the Kagura. Liam
Okay.
trying to punish him, but that's all. Peak in disengage formation.
This is actually very chaotically good for the side of IQSHL, but then again Peak, they always turn the tide around just because they have a carry here. And of course Unity is going to be very, very tanky here too, but hey, that's going to be a wall being set upon NT. I don't think it's going to be a good idea for them to try to go for the fights again, because they did have a law into the previous one as well, and they were trying to go for the fight, and that did not end up really, really well for the side of SHL, and they cannot really do that right now. Mid lane is what Peak really want to focus on. Again, Default with the joining onto Apex here, not trying to let him anywhere near, but the bottom lane is what the trouble is going to be beginning with. The Furious of Phoenix will be used again, but the dive in coming through from Boring and Damura chasing everyone away, and they'll be able to get down onto this bottom lane again. But Default right now, I think it might be in trouble. That's a big weight jump coming through, but Savage Warrior able to grab another kill onto the Kagura here. B will be taken down. 1-for-1 is a trade. 1 turret down onto the top lane.
Looking good for the side of Pig. They did manage to take out one of the inhibitor, making sure that the falling is always into their favor. Slowly and steadily, they are getting a hold of this game. Even though as an IQSHL, they are waiting for one teeny tiny mistake coming in from the side of Pig to punish them hard and getting the game to 3-0. But Pig, even with a little mistake, they are being very cautious, very careful, because it's a do or die situation for them again. The goal lead is in the favor of Peak again, and it's it's the time where like the goal lead doesn't matter, because all the team, all the players, they are onto the full there. That was the play.
Yeah, Conceal coming through from Apex here, unable to find another kill, but Eden, he does not really have the vehicle. That's gonna be the engage with the Fury of the Phoenix coming through as well. Oh, that's gonna be Apex trying to go away, walking away, but up here will be taken down by Eden Hazard right there. That's gonna be the carry with the damage. That's in one Kagura down. They have 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds for the Lord. Fast minion forming into the battle like bot lane into the middle side, but that's gonna be Default trying to jump in, but NT will be taking him back and it's gonna be taken down as well. Eden with another kill of his own. The turret is what they wanna go for. 1 turret down. Apex will be falling down onto the hands of the Boring and Damura as well, but Kakarot now trying to go in. That's gonna be a win of nature coming through as well. Eden Hazard still able to walk away, no flicker just yet, but Yunchip with the Divine Judgment able to grab onto Kakarot right now. He's gonna be able to take it down. The base is completely wide open, and Eden will be the one trying to end the game, and that's gonna be a 2-1 onto the score.
Why? Oh my! Just when the hopes were crushed, Peak managed to show them the peak gameplay, and decision. The Phoenix or the cry of the Phoenix did manage to pull out a just the thread. The MVP of this game, Zishan.
Most of the time, the thing that he did with this mage is more mainly for the engage. Yun Chip is not the one who go for the initiation. It's mostly the mates that go for it and enter the last fight. Also, he was the one who stopped everyone from the side of SHL to be into their track, to be stunned out onto their track, and only then the Kaza goes in, and then Eden happens to be in a very very good position as well, and they are trying to find a trade out here and there, and he was absolutely free hitting. And I think the fact that Savage Warrior got an MVP is because he was everywhere across the place. Every team fight he was available, every crowd control he was the one doing that, and the setup has always been initiated by him. And I think there was a really a good understanding of how the mace should be used, because look at this, he got the blood rings as well, and he already got a lot of damage onto his hands too.
That's right. And the fact that they were always prioritizing the Kagura with the divine judgment, like, hey, they go with the ultimate form decision, and there's the Black Dragon form, forcing each member of IQ SHL, even if they want to go for a re-engage or go for the brawl with the peak, the Yuzhong will constantly focus on to the Yi Sun Shin, or perhaps the Kagura. And that made a very disoriented position, and they always find Kagura out of the picture, making sure he's the first one on the chopping block to just kill and satisfy the hunger of the pick. The 2-1 score seems like it's going to be a one more game. Peak are always into the game, even if it's look like it's all over.
Peak, man, that was a good engage. That was a good comeback. You know, most of the time when you see a 2-0 onto the score in a best of 5 series, you kind of have a very very down mentality, and I don't think they really have that. It is a very very good comeback coming through for them. Them trying to prioritize onto the mid lane utility, because Savage Warrior, he does really really well in team fights, and they know him well, and they gave him the utility, and he did everything that he could. Onto the other side though, so I think Apex, he was trying to be a little bit more aggressive onto the sets that he did into the later part of the game. Of course, it was understandable. His main target has to be the carry, but Eden was too aware of his surroundings, and he was able to flicker out to safety. Even though the conceal was committed, he cannot get caught, and that kind of costed them the game as well. But onto the XP lane here, I think most of the time you could see Default was the one who tried to go for the setups rather than Anti. Anti comes in late into the team fights trying to go for those peel by himself alone, but then for Default, he goes in between turrets as well, because he was the only one who dive in. And together with the Fury of the Phoenix coming through, I think they layered their crowd controls very, very well. And then at that point also, Eden had free hits just because Default was able to join them away. And look at that though. Rich guy. Boring Adamura, that's the jungle.
That's right. Facing the jungler was the rich guy. And I think the goal lane for IQSHL was a kind of a backlash, because they thought like, hey, let's get with the Yi Sun Shin, making sure that they would neglect or avoid Peak getting the Yi Sun Shin. But it backlashed them way more hard than they could have ever imagined, because that's a Yuzhong, and basically if you are Yi Sun Shin, you need to be pretty in a mid range rather than a close range, and you cannot be in a long range because that's not his range. You need to be in middle, and having a Yuzhong in the enemy is the thing which scares you most. And again, I think this would be the game number 4 anyone's game again. Peak are looking confident with the previous win they have into their hands, and I think like IQSHL with the 3rd ban, it could be Kaja coming in.
Kalea is, I think, actually taken away by Peak here. Even though they are the first pick, they are usually the one who love the Kalea rather than ban it away. But they have been consistently banning this in this series so far. But hey, I think IQ SHL, they are really, really good in the way they adapt to the opponent here. They ban away the Jushin, which is already a given, and they ban away the Yuzhong. This is why I was expecting. When you are against Default, you really have to take away his hero that is kind of comfortable on, and that is the Yuzhong. He was a problem into the first game as well, and we can see how much he was able to dish out into the damage department as well. But now they have to ban away the Freya as well, now that the Esmeralda is gone. I think it could be more better into the hands of Radium rather than NT, so they have banned out the Esmeralda here. So first pick though, this series has been a great contest onto the Yi Xin, right? Especially for the hands of SHL. So pick, they have to decide if they want to deny the Yi Xin or pick up the good hero for themselves into the room. Oh well, that's not a bad idea though, Claude.
Well, this gives a perfect opportunity for IQ SHL to grab down that the Grok alongside a Yi Shin, or if not Yi Shin, they could probably prioritize a mid in the mid lane. Perhaps a Zishin to just avoid getting Savage Warrior, that mid utility. But is it worth it? Because there is a potential. Okay, they go with the classic Lunox Grok combination.
I think most of the time, right, the Lunox kind of win when you put it together against a Claude, but I don't think the Lunox could be into the hands of Radium. It should be rather into the hands of P. So that's what I was actually expecting on. But they do need a setup for this together, so it's definitely going to be out there. But Peak still sticking to their game plan. It's going to be the Zetian very, very early on, as early as the second pick here against this kind of combination. Still nothing to punish this hero just yet, but Ellie is already picked away by default. It's very early for me too, but I think now SHL, it's kind of safe. The safest assassin that you can play against the Claude has to be the Fanny, but they still have the Yi Xin here.
That's going to be a Thanos being locked out just to counter it, or against a lane, against an ally, because it's a default. It's a default counter against an ally. So if there's no issue to prioritize Athamos, you win the lane and you also win the team fight. So with the insane sustain, perhaps this could be the Vengeance Thamos looking forward to go for the initiate and try to chunk out the back liners. So Peak, they need some sort of a defense mechanism to avoid or to protect down their backliners. Something which could protect. Maybe a Gatotkacha in this room would be a good option, but there we go. IQ SHL just ban it out, thinking like, hey, we need to go in and initiate. We are going with this kind of a drop. We need to look out and ban out this kind of heroes, and there it is, the second ban coming in. It would be a Padang, and also you mentioned in this kind of a phase, in this kind of a draft, Fanny is a viable option for ITSHUL in terms of jungle. They ban out the major threat.
I think they are still setting up for the Yi Xin here for Kakarot. If he won the group for the Yi Xin, I'm not complaining because they have enough magic damage already onto the mid side. But the problem with the Linux is that you kind of have a good flexibility whether it's into the jungle or into the into the goal, right? So there we go. That's gonna be Yi Xin again for the side of Kakarot here. But it was kind of a no-brainer here because they bent away the Gatot to jungle due to rumor bans for Yun Chip here. So it's gonna be very tricky for him here what he's gonna be picking up. I mean, he does still have the Kaja, but there's no combination. They need a frontliner. Oh, they still pick the Kaja. Wow.
Interesting.
Okay.
But where's the burst? Like you expect in the previous game there was a carry to burst down and match your burst damage with the Divine Judgment. In this game, pair it up with the Suyo and Zishin, but that's not gonna help it out. It's more like for it will act as a defense mechanism just to protect down the enemy coming towards your backliners. So suppose in case if Thamos is trying to go for your backliners, Kaja is there with the Divine Judgment trying to protect. That's the only case. I think this is useful unless and until they find a way to use it in an engaging way, because Alice is there as a frontliner. There is a BMI alongside the to reach towards the backline and burst down. And to protect down the backliners, you go with the Kaja with the Divine Judgment just to neglect the Thamus jump over you.
I think that's the game plan. I suppose they want default to be the one going in first, and then you chip for the peel or the initiation if the combination comes in handy. But look at the last pick coming through from the side of SHL, though. It is gonna be the Kadita. They have a Kadita into the mid lane side, which means that Radium is gonna be the one using out to the Lunox. I did say that the Lunox kind of win against the Claude, but I've never seen the Lunox win. I mean, go into the gold lane in this series so far. So that's definitely gonna be one heck of an interesting laning phase that we have seen so far here. This time around, and team might be able to win out into the lane again against the Elise, against default. But the thing is, Peak have a clean cruise combination here. They want the Elise to go in for the initiation again. Yunchip might eventually be the one trying to pick up a set, but like you mentioned, there's no insta bars coming through from the side of the lineup coming through from Peak here, so they might eventually struggle just a little bit. So let's see how it goes.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
That's true, but again, one thing is for certain, like they need something to also like give vision for the Kadita, because he is going to be a nuisance and he's going to be a perfect assassin. And also in the game number 1, he managed to melt down a carry with an with a clean bush cam, which no one, I don't think so, no one would have anticipated, like, hey, there would be a Lunox hiding in this kind of a bush.
Yeah, that's why it's scary, man. And the thing is, it's Radium has on vitality. That's gonna be a little bit of a sustain that he have right now. Hey, we talked about the winning lane, and that's definitely gonna be a winning lane for the Lunox here. Eden has to be careful here. Onto the mid side, the Lito actually secured by Boring and Tamura, which means he wants to have a good start onto the leveling here. Yunchip still caught out onto the wall as well. But hey, top lane, I think there's a lot of low HP coming through Radium. One hit is all what it takes, but hey, I think he's still able to sustain Eden. Is that one more? There we go. Wow, first blood onto the hands of Radium, but he has to be careful though. Yuntu out here rotating out. He does not really have the ways to survive. Can flicker away if he's willing to. Still able to heal away. Radium, got to be careful, man. There's the ball coming through. Yuntu trying to get a stun upon him as well, but still he will be able to take him down.
Peak losing the momentum in the early game again. IQSHUL gaining the goal lead and dominating force with the 1-0 score onto the Radium. Oh, this might be the thing. As a matter of shock, a pin landed out.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna be a jazz coming through from Kakarot, and it's gonna be another kill onto the hands. Hidden Hazard pulling down yet again. He's still able to survive the basic attack, not enough to take him down. Apex trying to rotate down onto the bottom lane here, but still a good winning goal lane that they have right now, and they're focusing too much onto it as well. Default still not level 4, not trying to set for the team just yet. The turtle might be interested taking for the side of Peak though.
Interesting. But again, you know, they didn't contest for the turtle, but they did manage to lower down the goal. The neutral objective is still in the hands of Peak. And just right when I thought, like, hey, you know, IQSHUL, they could go for that, but the resources were used, and again in the mid lane we can see like Kaja might be in some dire situation.
I think he's definitely gonna be okay. No level 4 just yet for AP now, so they can actually walk away without any problem here. They did not waste out onto any resources as well, so that's definitely gonna be okay. But onto the top lane, that's gonna be the brilliance being used. The Fury of the Phoenix not doing anything about it. The flicker coming to Yunchip, able to get a divine touchman onto Radium. Is gonna be falling down. Savage Warrior able to grab that kill, but Soul Apex trying to jam in with a tech charge coming through with a B onto the rough wave, able to trade it out with one kill of their own. Eden again falling down right there.
Too many resources being used from side of Peak just to secure a kill over to the Radium. Taking the opportunity of that, IQSHUL gets something out of it. The goal lead is not that much, but it is something into the hands of IQSHUL, making sure they get something more out of it in the XP lane. It is still the stalemate lane against Anti-An. Default.
Yep, Default still stuck into the lane. This is not good for Peak actually, because Elias is gonna be the one who you want out of the lane. And so they are not letting him do this, but that's gonna be the wall coming to the knockup as well. That's gonna be a flicker, but Kakarot will be able to take him down with one A-tag, and that's gonna be enough for them to take him down. But onto the other side, AB might be got into the position where he's gonna be taken down as well by putting a down one up onto the top lane though. That's gonna be enough for YouTube to be falling down. Kakarot will be able to get another double kill of his own. and there's gonna be one turret down. They have to take it, but that's gonna be boring it down. We're trying to go in. Kakarat will be taken down. That's gonna be traded out. One thing for sure, Peak, they don't want to back away. They might be going for a little bit of a re-engagement coming to Throne of Ruin. Still available for default right now, but he's gonna be taking a lot of damage coming through from NT right there. He's trying to drone out the people away, but boring and Damura will be caught here onto the midst of it all. That's gonna be Throne of Ruin coming through as well. The knockup is in, but that's gonna be Savage Warrior taking out to the turtle here. Abby still able to walk away. The blazing duet not enough to stay into this team fight right there. They have to back away, but default right now taken down very, very low. But finally, things are looking good for the side of Pig.
Even though things are looking good on side of Peak, but they need to look out for the Cloud because 0-4-1 is the kind of a KD and SHL has been marking them. And in terms of the power spike, in terms of damage, he needs to be there for his team to melt down all the members of IQSHL. If it's not there, they might have lost down the major team fights when the lot come up. So IQSHL, they're planning on a bigger structure here, just making sure that hey, it's okay to lose down small fights or small neutral objectives. We still have the goal lead, even though it's not much, but we do manage to take down or neutralize the Cloud with a 0-4 score.
That clause shouldn't be taken care of by Peak here. They need to focus onto their marksman if they want to win out to the later part of the game because they are solely focusing onto them too. But sure, onto the other side, they want to rotate onto the top lane here. The gold lane is what they really want to focus on to as well. But Savage Warrior making his way onto the top lane as well. The turret's still standing even though it's very, very low. Boring and Damara still out there, but Yunchip is going to be the one trying to start the blazing duet coming through. It's going to be cancelled away by the tectonic charge, and Kakara will be able to grab kill onto the Suya right now. Yunchip gone to the midst of it all, will be taken down as well. Double kill will be landed onto the hands of the jungle for the side of SHUL. They got 2 kills and they got the turret.
2 kills and 1 turret made their goal lead power spike in 1.7k, and this will be the blue buff stolen away from the hands of Suyo. Again, they are looking forward for the mid AC tower. But though in spite of no minions, they will be just backing it off. But there comes the minions alongside Ellis, trying to go for the fight. But is it more enough because they are locking down the damaging spike? There's the rock waves.
Oh, Flicker, Throne of Ruin onto 4 members, but they don't have damage. Default doing so much for the team, but he does not really have the DPS to try to take it down. But Roaring and Damara are able to grab onto the retribution, but that's gonna be the tectonic cells coming to NT will be able to grab kill onto Default right now. Shoal will be still onto the runner, but Eden, he's still able to walk away. But the turtle take, it's gonna be trying to equalize onto the goal that Peak has been losing so much.
One thing that Peak needs to be doing is make sure that Claude gets the train to be as soon as possible. As he is, just left behind in terms of gold, in terms of damage dealing aspect, and also if this goes on and on and on, IQSHUL might be the one coming on top. Even though the goal lead is not that much, it's nearly 3k with just one team fight. Peak could take the control into their hands. But look at the itemization. Sam was already with the corrosion side along with the Thunderbird, looking forward to be the tanky bad boy.
Oh, mid lane though, the Fury of the Phoenix coming through, the rough wave unable to take anyone down, the Petrify is coming in as well, but that is gonna be a failed engage coming through from both of the sides. A bit of a 1v1 situation onto the bottom lane here, boring it down, Mora. You got to be careful, it's gonna be sandwich upon, that's gonna be the wall coming through as well. NT might be taken down very low, it's gonna be able to take NT down with a Soul Stepper. He might be trying to go for the chase and be no rough wave whatsoever. Boring and Damara with the turtle still able to survive. The tech chest not connecting onto him, but that's gonna be default trying to go in onto Apex right now. That's gonna be him taken down very low, but no kill whatsoever. That's gonna be the Tom was only taken down onto that fight, and Boring and Damara, he's still surviving for all of that.
Oh my. Such a quick slick Suyo coming in, He's prioritizing all that CD cooldown he's getting from the skills, and the burst damage is really impeccable. And also, despite beat, there's no tech charge, so it allows Peak to, go for that aggressive thing. That's a 5 minutes cooldown on the Lord. Might be able to go for the contestant because Anti is all the way on the top. A quick Divine Judgment with the burst coming in from Peak would be a graceful thing they could ever ask for. There's the Fury of Phoenix.
Yep, the Furious Phoenix trying to go in, but that's gonna be Boring and Dharma getting chased upon by Anti the Flicker. Not Anti-MP, but he's still able to survive with the Soul Stepper yet again. He's very, very slick with that hero, but the lore is what they wanna take. Kakarot still onto the chase, but that's gonna be default trying to go in. You have the Torn of Rune, but he's gonna be taking a lot of damage that's coming through from MP right there, but still, Radium is into the picture here, even though it's a bit of a push coming through from Eden. They need to take care of the top lane yet again for SHL. They cannot burst down the Lord just yet.
This gives plenty of enough time for the pick to, do the situation. But again, itemization from the Cloud is something which they are lacking. Golden Staff just build moments ago. And they're lacking down the Trinity. The position side is yet to build though. Even though the damages won't be that much, but with the help of team, they will be able to find out 1 or 2 kills. But look at that. Ramos already OTD engaged. Ultimate being popped out in the mid lane.
Oh! That's gonna be Torful coming through. D4 will be taken down with the rough wave coming in from Abby right now, but they are trying to go for the chase. Boring and Damuna killing onto Kakura right there, but that's gonna be Raiden with the Brilliant still able to survive, but not for long. Yunchip still gonna be taken down. Eden getting chased upon. Raiden still able to walk away with the flicker. Boring and Damuna trying to go in. He does have the damage, but he's gonna be getting knocked down. He's trying to go in for more. Apex still trying to survive all of those onslaught, but now 1 HP coming through from Boring and Damuna is gonna be taken down by Abby, and it's gonna be in favor for the side of SHL. They got 3 down, even though they lost their jungler.
Just when they need the power spike, Lord was not able to do it, and the rough waves coming out of the harm's way goes the Abby. But also look at the slither of HP. Lord do manage to survive around the harm, but this gives the green signal, a green go for IQSHUL for the Lord Steel. A beautiful wall coming in from Apex, making sure he locks down the Suyo in the previous fight. He falls down along with the low damage damage coming in from Claude. Makes them, hey, there's no damage from this Claude. We can go and also fight down because the Blazing Duet won't be enough to melt us down.
The fact that there's no Trinity just yet for the Cloud here for Eden, it's definitely gonna be making them behind a little bit. There's no burst instantly coming to Apex though. That's gonna be a tech charge onto D4 right now. That's gonna be Fury Village coming through as well. The Torn of Ruin onto 3 members here. Soul Saver helping the Murat to survive, but that's gonna be Anti trying to go in. D4 will be taken down as well. Onto the other side, Yunchi might be caught into the midst of it all. He's gonna be getting knocked upon. There's gonna be another chase, and he's gonna be taken down by Raid, and the recalls coming in. Eden Hedgehog unable to go anything without the presence of their frontliners. There's gonna be an engage coming through as well. Boring and Damura dishing out a lot of damage, but nothing much that they can do right now. The Lord will be marching onto the top lane side, and this is gonna be good for Soul to try to take out at least 1 inhibitor down.
Perhaps they could go with the 2 inhibitors because Lord is already there and the minions is not there. Perhaps they could go with the wiped out. There's the wall alongside. There could be the possible rough waves, but connecting no members. Already down the decimation of the top inhibitor.
Yep, they got 1 inhibitor here. They are very, very happy with that. So Eden has trying to get a chase, trying to get a clean onto it as well. But Kakura onto the behind, trying to go in for something here. But he knows better than to throw the game at this a very, very crucial moment. Because if they drag out to the later part of the game, and if Eden Hazard is able to get out his items, it's going to be very, very bad for the side of SH1. And they know this really, really well. They don't want to give away the goal whatsoever into the hands of Peak again and again.
That could seize the situation here again. Now that could be the final battle for the upcoming Lord or upcoming game, because the top tier is already exposed from the side of Peak, and also one last fight is all they are waiting for. And the Trinity is still missing on the part of the Claude. Damage is still not there.
It's definitely gonna be taking them at least 5 minutes for the call to come through again. But the question is though, will they be able to hold on for 5 minutes here? Because the next law is gonna be out in less than 20 seconds here. It's not gonna be evolved just yet, but already if you focus onto the build that's coming through from Kakura, now he already had the BOD 4 items, Power Spike, he got the Hunter Stride, the War X, and it's gonna be the endless battle instead. And that is already a good damage for a Yi Shun Shin. And now it's gonna be into the hands of Peak, right? They have a pick-up hero, so why not try to utilize that, right? Just find a good pick off, burst them down, and try to find at least a good opening for yourself. Oh, never mind. That's gonna be the flicker onto a P. He's still able to survive with the rough coming through. Kakarot now entering onto the picture here. Yunti will be taken down as well, killing Smith already onto the bottom lane side. Default steal onto the run right now, but Eden will be taken down. Good read coming through from the Yeezys in. It's gonna be Apex trying to go in for the taste. That's gonna be the tech toss coming through. The wall is in. It's gonna be Radiant trying to dive in. He's able to grab another kill onto Savage Warrior right now. He might be trying to go in for more. It's gonna be Boring and Damura taken down. Anti Asuna and Kakarot are there still surviving along with Apex. It's gonna be a wiped out coming through from the side of Pig, a possible land, and the recalls coming through, and that's gonna be your champion for the series, ladies and gentlemen. IQ SHUL.
Just when they need the power spike, just when they need the burst, they did hesitated. Just marking down the Claude, a 0-4 in the early game did manage to pay it off for the side of IQ SHUL, the MVP of this best of 5 series. Not the best of 5 series, but the game number 4. The Grok, SHUL, Apex, also known as Mr. Professor. 81% goal participation. The best part, like,
They are.
imagine if that was a carry. We would not be able to use the rough waves, and also the moment when Kakarot charged over to the Claude, like he managed to kill down that Kaja, and after that he went to the Claude. Like if that was a carry with the Trinity or without a Trinity over to the Corrosion side, might have been able to dish out a lot of damage. Like the micro coming in from, and also the damage dealing aspect was fall off short. 0-5, not the perfect game Claude was looking for, but a big macro plays coming in from them. Like, hey, they know, like, onto the EXP lane, it's a win-win situation or a stalemate for this Thanos against an allies. All they need to do is shut down and get some kills over to the Claude, making sure he doesn't get the farm, and also even in the mid of the fight, like Peak was trying to get some power spike through Suyo, through Zishan, through the Fury of Phoenix, and trying to gain the momentum with the Divine Judgment, trying to pull them into the towers and making certain plays which could define that, hey, this could be the moment, this could be the play which they could pull it out to the game number 5. It all went down.
Definitely, I think we really need a head-to-head onto the gold laners here right there, the Lunox against the Cloud. Of course, the Lunox going to be winning it out here, man, because into the early stage of the game, they were actually focusing more onto the Cloud, and for that, it's down the drain, and no Trinity until the end of the game. That's definitely not going to be the best here into the jungle as well. Boring and Damura did really well. He did what he could with what he had, but that damage was not enough. He did a decent amount of outplays here and there, but here, right now, for IQSHL, they pick out the Kadita, right? The last pick was the Kadita. They completely played us and Peak together with the Lunox pick that they have. I thought that maybe the Lunox is good against the Cloud, but there's no way that the Lunox will be going to the goal lane, but they have the Kadita onto their side, and that's a piece Kadita, by the way, and they pull it out so well, and that's with the presence of the Kadita. I think Unity wasn't able to do what he did into the previous game where they won. The Kaza did work, but when they had a losing XP lane here, the setups were good coming through from the side of Default, but they cannot find the right targeting. They cannot find a good fight here, because at this point of a time, their main source of damage was the Claude, was Eden, and Eden was 4 deaths down. He don't have the Trinity, and they have a pick-off heroes onto their side. The Kaza is a pick-off, and even though there's so much Default has been doing into the team fights, the damage taken, he's gonna be the sandbag here. Of course, he was onto those team fights, but there was no follow-up damage that he can sustain alongside with.
That's true, and I think this could be the game, like, they would be waiting for. Like, that was quite an unexpected pick, just as you mentioned. Like, it could be the mockery out of out of us casters too. Like, I was hoping for an unexpected pick, and they did it with a Kadita in the mid lane, pushing all the way Lunox to the goal lane, making sure that both the side lanes have the winning heroes on them.
Funny enough, the most damage is definitely gonna be Tamus, right? When they have a Lunox and the Kadita together, and the Tamus is the one with the most damage here, and that's saying a lot because, of course, there's a vengeance onto his hands as well. There was nothing that the clock can do against the Tamus or the Elise even, and I think Ping really did their best. They're gonna be knocked out, but still, I think they did very very well into the drafting as well, the execution to the setups as well, and you know what? The Grok, the way that Apex played the Grok, it was sometimes more for initiation, it was sometimes for cancellation, and he kind of decided so well, and the synergy and the calls coming through for them also was on point. They know where to go in, they know where to stop, and even though they were taken down up here and there, it was more sort of a good play coming through from the side of Peak rather than their mistakes, and them able to have a good start into the gold lane was also the cherry on top for them, and I think that's why they are so deserving after the win that they have and heading into the finals on this pool.
That's right. On to the final track. IQ SHL make it to the track finale, facing up against Illicit Esports in the upcoming round. A 3-2-1 score against Pig, and that is it for the day.
Yep, it's gonna be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be saying our goodbyes here. Of course, we have more onto the other group for tomorrow. I think you're gonna be very, very excited because two big teams are gonna be playing there again. So stay tuned for that because we're gonna be ending the stream right now, and tune in again for tomorrow. Good night.
He was just walking right into his line of fire.
Lots of people around the world right now are just very emotional because there's a whole other night just
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just on in my run through the darkest of nights.